I put you first and you adored it. You set fire to my forest and you let it burn. Sang off key in my chorus, 'cause it wasn't yours. I saw the signs and I ignored it. Rose-colored glasses all distorted. You set fire to my purpose and you let it burn. You got off on the hurting when it wasn't yours. You'd always go into it blindly. I needed to lose you to find me. This dance, it was killing me softly. I needed to hate you to love me, yeah. To love, yeah. To love, yeah. To love. I needed to lose you to love me, yeah. To love, yeah. To love, yeah. To love, yeah. I needed to lose you to love me. I gave my all and they all know it. You turned me down and now it's showing. In 2 months you replaced us like it was easy. Made me think I deserved it. In the thick of healing, we'd always go into it blindly. I needed to lose you to find me, yeah. This dance, it was killing me softly. I needed to hate you to love me. To love, yeah. To love, yeah. To love. I needed to hate you to love me, yeah. To love, yeah. To love, yeah. To love, yeah. I needed to lose you to love me. You promised the world and I fell for it. Rose-colored glasses all distorted. You set fire to my forest and you let it burn. Sang off key in my chorus. To love, yeah. To love, yeah. To love, yeah. I needed to lose you to love me, yeah. To love, yeah. To love, yeah. To love, yeah. I needed to lose you to love me, yeah. To love, 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 to love.
Hey, ready? 1, 2, 3, 4. Love hurts, love scars, love wounds in my any heart, not tough or strong enough to take a lot of pain, take a lot of pain. Love is like a cloud, holds a lot of rain. Love hurts. I'm young, I know, but even so loves you when it's high. Love hurts. Some fools think of happiness and blissfulness and togetherness, but some fools fool themselves, I guess, but they're not fooling me. I know it isn't true. No, it isn't true. Love is just a lie made to make him blue. Love hurts. Love hurts. Oh, love
Now here you go again. You say you want your freedom. Well, who am I to keep you down? It's only right that you should play the way you feel it, but listen carefully to the sound of your loneliness. It's like a heartbeat drives you mad in the stillness of a memory. What you had, what you lost, what you had, what you lost. Thunder only happens when it's raining. Players only love you when they're playing. Say women, and they will come and they will go. When the rain washes you clean, you'll know. You will know. Now here I go again. I see the crystal visions. I keep my visions to myself. It's only me who wants to wrap around your dreams. And have you any dreams you like to sell? Dreams of loneliness. It's like a heartbeat drives you mad in the stillness of remembering what you had and what you lost and what you had and what you lost. Thunder only happens when it's raining. Players only love you when they're playing.
if I tell you now, will you keep on loving me? If I tell you how I feel, would you keep on bringing out the best in me? You give me the sweetest taboo. That's why I'm in love with you. There's a quiet storm, I never felt like this before. There's a quiet storm, that is you. There's a quiet storm, and I never felt this hot before. Giving me something that's taboo. You give me the sweetest taboo. That's why I'm in love with you. You give me the sweetest taboo. You've got the biggest heart. Sometimes I think you're just too good for me. Every day is Christmas, every night is New Year's Eve. You give me the sweetest taboo. That's why I'm in love with you. You give me the sweetest taboo. Won't let it slip away. Won't let it slip away.
Ramona, come closer, shut softly your watery eyes. The pangs of your sadness will pass as your senses will rise. For the flowers of the city, though breath-like and death-like sometimes, and there's no use in trying to deal with the dying, though I cannot explain my lines. Your cracked country lips I still wish to kiss, as to be by the strength of your skin. Your magnetic movements still capture the minutes I'm in. But it grieves my heart, love, to see you try and be a part of a world that just don't exist. It's all just a dream, babe, a vacuum, a scheme, babe, that sucks you into feeling like this. I can see that your head has been twisted and fed with worthless foam from the mouth. I can tell you are torn between staying and returning back to the south. You've been fooled into thinking that the finishing end is at hand. Yet there's no one to beat you, no one to defeat you, except the thoughts of yourself feeling bad. heard you say many times that you're better than no one, and no one is better than you. If you really believe that, you know you have nothing to win and nothing to lose. From fixtures and forces and friends, your sorrow does stand. And hype you and type you, making you feel that you gotta be exactly like them. I'd forever talk to you, but soon my words would turn into a meaningless ring. For deep in my heart I know there is no help I can bring. Everything passes, everything changes. Just do what you think you should do. And who knows, baby, someday maybe I'll come and be crying to you.
Remember those walls I built? Oh baby, they're tumbling down. And they didn't even put up a fight. They didn't even make a sound. I found a way to let you in, but I never really had a doubt. Standing in the light of your halo, got my angel now. It's like I've been awakened. Every rule I had you breaking. It's a risk that I'm taking. I ain't never gonna shut you out. Everywhere I'm looking now, surrounded by your embrace. Baby, I can see your halo. You know you're my saving grace. You're everything I need and more. It's written all over your face. Baby, I can see your halo. Pray you won't fade away. I can see your halo, halo. Hit me like a ray of sun, burning through my darkest night. You're the only one that I want, and I'm addicted to your light. I swore I'd never fall again, but this don't even feel like falling. Gravity can't forget to pull me back to the ground again. It's like I've been awakened. Every rule I had you breaking. It's a risk that I'm taking. I ain't never gonna shut you out. Everywhere I'm looking now, I'm surrounded by your embrace. Baby, I can see your halo. You know you're my saving grace. You're everything I need and more. It's written all over your face. Baby, I can feel your halo.
esteemed speakers, ladies and gentlemen of both the virtual and the physical world, a very, very warm welcome to the BEXT Euroconsumers Brands Awards, which recognise excellence in consumer brands. Now, as you all know, Euroconsumers represents the voices of more than 1.5 million people, and not least through its national organisations in Portugal, in Spain, in Belgium, in Italy, and in Brazil. So very, very impressive. Now, this might be the third edition of the awards, but it is actually the first time we are coming to you with a standalone event, separate from the International Forum, because we really want to put the spotlight on those fabulous finalists and winners who you will get to know in not too long. My name is Katrina Sickle. I'm a moderator and a broadcaster, and I really do have the pleasure of navigating us all through this 4-hour event from Test Achat in Brussels in Belgium. 4 hours, you say, wow, that's a lot. Well, I just want to say this isn't just about an award ceremony. We have 3 fabulously dynamic panels that are going to dive into some of those compelling issues that really do affect consumers like you and me today. But before all of that, why don't we just have a little look at what Euroconsumers is all about? So, video, please.
Our choices shape the market, our society, and our quality of life. That's why Euroconsumers helps millions of people in their daily choices, providing simple solutions to complex problems. Euroconsumers is a cluster of organizations, a network of people, a group established to protect consumer rights and well-being that brings consumers and companies together in transparent relationships of trust that respect their independence. Our deep understanding of products and consumption gives consumers a credible expert voice worldwide. We bridge the gap between buyers and manufacturers, between supply and demand. And in this digital age, we create opportunities for all parties to come together in constructive dialogue, partnering to build a future of better products and services. Euroconsumers has the power of a global group that believes humanity can develop, grow, and change for the better, and that we can promote this by uniting millions of consumers in strength and speaking responsibly for them, while simultaneously engaging in relationships of trust with responsible, sustainable companies.
And so there at the end, you saw those national organisations that I mentioned at the outset, and I love that juxtaposition between consumer brands and well-being and quality of life and sustainability. And those are all things that we are going to talk about in our panels today. But first, I'm not the expert in all of this. I've got somebody with me in the studio, and that is, of course, the CEO of Euroconsumers. His name is Ivo Mechels, and I'm going to dive into the details. Welcome to you. It's absolutely delightful. Thank you for coming with me. We are strictly respecting the rules here. I am saying that for the audience. So we have just a few minutes together. I'm mistress of the clock. I'm cracking the whip. Tell me, what's interesting EU policy-wise for this particular edition of the awards?
Thanks, Katrina, for having me here around. Indeed, there are many policies and parts of EU legislation that are important to us, for sure. But I'd like to mention, first of all, the new consumer agenda, which is launched by the European Commission at the end of last year, 2020. And actually, the aim is to empower consumers and to have them make informed choices and to let them play an active role in the ecological and also the digital transition. And actually, last year, we were very proud to have the Commissioner Didier Reynders here with us at our Euroconsumers Forum. And he was here also to share his vision on European consumer policy. And while he was sharing this, we were even more pleased to know that, to discover that his 5 priority areas are exactly our priorities to work on. So we work together on the ecological transition, the digital transformation. Secondly, thirdly, we have the respect for consumer rights. 4 is the needs for specific consumer groups, and 5 is the international cooperation. And that's how we at Euroconsumers work as well, internationally. And then secondly, apart from new consumer agenda, it's the Green Deal. You will not be surprised. The Green Deal and the subject, the topic, sustainability is really very much important to us. It's something we will discover during this seminar.
Indeed, thank you. I love that when you said, you know, we found that we were on the same page. I guess there was huge cheers and maybe lots of alcohol all round, but we won't talk about that right now. Indeed, you've put your finger right there on some of those key topics that we are discussing in the panels. Very briefly, what are we expecting in those panels? Why those panels?
Yes, these panels, indeed, we will have our Euroconsumers representatives together with outstanding consumer specialist guests. The first panel will be about repairability and durability.
Okay.
We will have to pinpoint companies who have early obsolescence into their devices. So this is something that we cannot have, that we cannot accept. Also, companies that would prevent people to repair things or make it impossible to have replacement parts. That is not done, Katrina. So we will need to focus on that, and also to show how to deal properly with waste and to build in longevity.
Okay.
So
and the other two, I'm only being short with you because we're going to hear about that very soon in that panel. Tell me just very briefly about the other two.
Second panel, very briefly, on detergents, the environmental impact of detergents. So also there, improvement of eco-labeling, analyzing green claims, etc. And the last panel, the third one, is on online safety. So this is actually a result of our collaboration with Google, and we will launch a new initiative, but I will not spoil the surprise, Katrina.
Okay, it is, and it's a good surprise. So, so thank you very much. Thank you for that. So, and again, sorry that I am cracking the whip so bossily here. Let me just ask you about the finalists, just in a couple of sentences. You know, you've had these awards before. Anything you'd want to say about those finalists, the quality, anything?
Yes, well, it's about the different teams, but we will have, of course, some global major brands in the shortlist of finalists. That is also normal to expect. But we will have some new entries as well, so that's exciting. And actually celebrating these brands who showcase good practices. This is what the event is all about.
Absolutely, replication and sharing. So what you've said there, we've got some newcomers. So anyone who thinks, we've seen it all before, no, they must. I'm saying to the audience at home, stick with us because, hey, there are lots of lovely surprises. So you must stick with us. I've got a couple more questions now for Ivo, just right at the end there. In a couple of sentences again, how does this fit into the overall policy strategy or the strategy of Euroconsumers, these awards?
Well, actually, Euroconsumers is very well known since over half a century already in the different countries that you have mentioned for comparative testing. So we have over 3,000 products, also tested products that we will come across, and that will end into the result of today, plus the cross-market analysis, plus extended consumer surveys. All of that will come to this event, to this BEXT Awards. And then actually what is important is that we will not only meet expectations of consumers on price and quality, because that is very well known, but also that we can make sure that they deliver clean and low waste and durable products at scale.
There is, there is an incredible demand, is there not, on brands to do this, and there is such a lot of consumer awareness, particularly on the sustainability aspect. So last sentence, and I'm going to allow you to face your camera, to look at the audience who are watching us virtually and say, how do you want those good people to feel in a nutshell, after these awards?
Well, I would like to feel, Katrina, like to feel satisfied, but also, as most of the consumers, I suppose, I hope, curious to see what our activities and our initiatives will bring about as results on the field, in practice. And that's what I'm looking forward to. So thanks again.
Well, you've been an utter star. You've broken the ice. I've cracked the whip, which is absolutely horrible, but you were beautifully concise. You've raised the bar very high. Ivo Mechels, thank you so very much. Enjoy all of this from offstage.
Thanks.
It's been a pleasure.
Very welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And so, back to you at home, at the office, wherever you are, who knows, maybe in your garden. We're going to get stuck right now into our panels. What are they about? Let's have a look. So there you have it. We are trying to keep this interactive, so that means that you can ask a question. Now, we're going to do our very best, myself and my fellow moderator, to include 1 or 2 questions that come from you, if we possibly can. We've got quite a lot to get through, though, but post it in the chat, golden rule, super short. If it's not super short and it doesn't say to whom it's addressed, we can't take it. So there you go. There's me being bossy all over again. Let's have a look at what the first panel is going to tackle. Now, I'm not the expert in all of this. I'm just the very enlightened and informed consumer. So I do have an expert with me for this first panel, just to give a bit of a shaping, because we are going to talk about issues that are addressed in what's called the PROMPT project. That's Premature Obsolescence Multi-Stakeholder Product Testing Program. We heard about obsolescence there from Ivo, so I'm going to turn to a very splendid fellow presenter next to me. Her name is Else Bruggeman, and she's Head of Policy and Enforcement at Euroconsumers. So, hello to you. You look fabulous.
Thank you.
You know, because I've cracked the whip, not least for you, which is awful for everybody, the PROMPT project. In a nutshell, what is it? And can you give us just maybe a couple of first results?
Okay. In a nutshell, PROMPT is all about gaining insights and tools to ensure more sustainable products, repairability, and tackling early obsolescence.
Yeah.
Basically, it all started in 2016 when our Belgian member, Testacha, was getting more and more complaints from consumers, from their members, of products breaking down too early. And it made them wonder, how big is the problem and what does it actually mean? What does it entail? So to get more insights in this phenomenon, they started an online reporting tool where consumers could register products that failed prematurely. And guess what? The response was huge. Right. And also because of that, we were able to enlarge it later on, thanks to European funding, to the other Euroconsumers countries. So in Italy, Spain, Portugal, but also organizations from France, Germany, the Netherlands, they joined.
Wow.
And
wow.
Voila, PROMPT was born.
Voila, PROMPT was born. I love it. Voila, PROMPT was born. And yeah.
So in each of these countries nowadays, consumers can report or highlight products that they expected to last longer, but also indicate what exactly went wrong and did they try and manage to repair this. And this gives us so many unmeasurable insights about the phenomena of premature obsolescence and durability, but it will also allow us to develop some kind of a test protocol to tackle and test plant obsolescence also in our product testing.
Okay, and so just results, just a couple, because you said, wow, the response was huge, so
yeah.
You must have maybe a result or 2 to tell us. Just give us a couple of highlights.
Yeah. Well, the project is running till 2023.
Okay.
So, but maybe I can give already a sneak preview. Maybe 3 points. There's a clear top 5 of products being reported, and by far our number 1 are the smartphones, followed by washing machines, televisions, printers, and dishwashers. Okay. So it might seem familiar. Yeah. Secondly, we see a very clear peak of products failing after 2 or 3 years, and this coincides also with the end of the legal guarantee period. So you could wonder, is this a coincidence or not? And maybe a final point on repairability. We see that not that many consumers even try to repair the product, and mainly because it's too expensive, but also lack of knowledge on how to do it, spare parts. And when they do try it, only 20% succeeds, so that's not so good.
We have a fabulous speaker on our first panel who's all a part of that whole repairability issue. I'm only going to ask you one more before I introduce those panelists, merely because I am very religiously keeping us on track. Euroconsumers set out a specific approach when it comes to consumers. I mean, you have many specific approaches, it seems, but consumers and the green transition. So you have this manifesto approved by tomorrow. Very briefly, how does this prompt project fit into that?
Well, we know consumers are really frustrated about early obsolescence. I mean, the reporting tool really showcases that it causes financial harm, but also electronic waste, which is the most polluting one. And consumers just don't accept it anymore. They want quality, they want sustainability. And all of these annoyed consumers, actually together, they have a lot of power because they get to decide what they buy and what they don't buy. And together, they have the power and critical mass to steer markets towards a certain direction, more sustainability. And basically, that's what Approved by Tomorrow is all about. It's about empowering consumers to become a driver for more sustainability. And we need to make good use of that power. But of course, for consumers to be able to play their role and use this green power, first of all, they need to have good and trustworthy information. They need to know how long a product will last. They need to know whether it's repairable. And secondly, of course, being able to make a choice also implies that the alternative should be there. So we should work on standards, on legislation, but also reach out to companies to build something together, because it's in both of our interests, and there's definitely a market out there. So.
Thank you so much. And you have been so beautifully concise, and I think what you've put your finger on is the absolute sort of essential, what is so important is this absolute collaboration across the board between all of the different stakeholders within the ecosystem. And I think we're going to really feel a bit of that in our panel discussions. Thank you so much. I'm going to release you now. I'm going to ask you to please, because you are the specialist, listen in off stage, and I'm going to get you back right at the end just for a last word, if I may. Thank you, and well done on your splendid project.
See you soon.
Okay, so who have we got? We have got 4 speakers, and I'm going to introduce first the speakers who are joining me. Who should we have first, on stage or online? I think we can have on stage, why not? Are we able to have that if we just take a moment? So on stage with me now, I have Bruno Vermeusen. And I also, yes, so you can come behind me, Matthias, and Bruno, you can stay here, yes. I didn't get to rehearse with these 2 lovely gentlemen, and that's why they're kind of going, oh, what do we do with the rules? So here on my right, Bruno Vermeusen, you are Head of Operations Governmental Affairs for the Circular Economy at the BSH Group. So that's all about some splendid 11 brands, home appliances. So that's that, and a lot more though. There's a lot of corporate social responsibility going on. There's a lot of stuff that fits into our conversation. Matthias Hösken, forgive me if I've slightly not pronounced your surname correctly. Forgive me. You are all good, Katrina. You are director of iFixit Europe. Now, iFixit Europe is professional grade repair tools to teach everyone to fix everything. Very much what Else was talking about there. I loved that. Now, we just hold your horses a moment. I'm going to tell you, you've got a clock there, right in front of you, and that's why, ladies and gentlemen, I've terrorized our speakers into being so beautifully concise in this opening panel, because we also have 2 speakers joining us online. I think we might be able to see them, because it's great to have the EU institutional perspective. There they are. We have, hello to you, Niels Berndt, who is Acting Deputy Director General at DG Just, and also MEP Anna Cavazzini. She is Group of the Greens, European Free Alliance, but also importantly, for the purposes of this panel, Chair of the Committee on the Internal Market and Consumer Protection. Now, I'm going to just come to you in quite random order. If I do that face, that is just because I want to keep a balanced conversation with all of you. If I can squeeze in an audience question, I will. Might be tricky, and I'd like to speak to Else right at the end. So I'm going to come right in and say hello to Nils and ask you, because let's look at the policy, the EU policy side of things. So Nils, in her State of the Union, Ursula von der Leyen outlined key policy initiatives for 2022, a legislative proposal on the right to repair. A little bit of a preview on that, how it will be implemented. Is it going to be perhaps similar to American legislative initiatives? Give us a bit of a whiff of what we might expect.
Thanks a lot, Katrina, with pleasure. No, but first let me say that I think in this area of reparability, obsolescence of products, but even more broadly in, let's say, the circular of our economy and our consumption, it's very important that we have a vision where we want to go. At present, and smartphones were mentioned, they're used at the moment for around 2 years. If we succeed to prolong the lifetime of a smartphone by 1 year, we cut the reduction by 30%. If we prolong by 2 years, we cut by almost 50%. So we want to have a situation where the European Union single market is, let's say, the power of the single market is used to push innovation, to promote sustainable, innovative products, where we use the power of the single market to set certain rules which concern all products, but of course also empower consumers to go beyond, have clear rights, get the right information if they want to go even further. Okay. In that context, there are various measures that we have to take from a policy perspective. We clearly need to work on better and more ambitious product standards, simply because we cannot put all the burden on the consumers, and we need to use the power of the single market. So we need binding product rules on the life cycle, on the reparability. If we don't have binding rules on, for example, availability of spare parts, then any right to repair will not be effective. If you don't have the spare parts, then it will not be effective. So we need binding product rules. But at the same time, we also need to improve the rights of the consumer. The consumer needs better information on the reparability of a product, the availability of repair rights, of spare parts, etc. We need to better protect the consumer also against unfair practices. There's too much greenwashing. Now, green is, let's say, fashionable, but often, let's say, the products are not really as green as they come along. So we need a better protection of the consumers against this. And then, of course, we also need to equip the consumer with stronger rights to repair. We are working on all of this, better information by amending the Consumer Rights Directive, better protection against greenwashing by amending the Unfair Commercial Practices Directive, also fighting against obsolescence. And then indeed comes the right to repair, where we will present a proposal next year to amend the Sale of Goods Directive, being probably more ambitious than the American way, because the American initiative is mainly focusing on, let's say, improving the competition policy to provide spare parts. Right. That's something on which we worked in Europe already in the past quite a lot. But the initiative we are having in mind is more ambitious, is more comprehensive. So it's not just competition policy, it's really a strong enforceable rights of the consumers during the guarantee period, let's say possibly beyond the guarantee period, but overall more ambitious.
Thank you so much. And I did want to give you a bit more time there, because it is important to hear all of those different cross-cutting initiatives, policy, where you're putting an emphasis. I think it's important to frame this discussion. And I heard there, we can't have unnecessary burden on the consumer. So that's where standards come in. That's where binding tools come in. That's where we put a real enforcement on the consumer rights. So I'm just going to turn to Anna, and then I will come to the two gentlemen who are sharing a stage with me. So as rapporteur, let's have a look at that, Anna, as rapporteur for an opinion of the IMCO committee on the new Circular Economy Action Plan. So it's asking the committee for all sorts of measures. Well, we've heard against early obsolescence, standards, we heard it there, extended guarantee rights, less misleading claims, because this is all about empowering the consumer. We heard that. If you had to pick one pressing issue, what would that pressing issue be that you think has to be tackled first? And that's a hard one, because I bet there's loads.
A very difficult task to pick one item. I would say in general, everything what Niels from the Commission mentioned is already very important, and also for the entire European Parliament. As you mentioned, we had a report on the Circular Economy Action Plan. We also had another report on the sustainable single market, because I really believe the single market needs to be made fit for the Green Deal, and we are on a good way, but there's still a lot of tasks to come. Probably one additional point next to what Niels said is the better labeling and a product passport, a repair score, because I believe on the one hand it is true, and I absolutely support Niels in that you need standards, you need regulation, also to create a level playing field between innovative companies, but also probably basically laggers behind. But we also need to better inform consumers via this labeling, via product passport, via a repair score on which products are sustainable, so that at the end they can make sustainable choices, which is at the moment quite hard.
You just for a moment, if I may, you know, you've got MEPs, you're close to citizens, you are representing the voices of all of us across the EU, and you're campaigning for more repairability, more sustainability. Do you have, again, you're going to say, oh, that's tough, Katrina, to pick one, but one particular hurdle, one particular obstacle, and how you think, but hang on a second, this is how we can get over it?
You're right. We as MEPs, we are very close to the citizens and to the consumers. For example, regularly meeting innovative companies who implement already circular economy in their practice, but also a lot of repair cafes. Like in almost all the cities in Germany, for example, this is my country, there is now repair cafes popping up. So people are really interested in the right to repair, and they want longer lasting products. So I can just also underline what Els said at the beginning. But of course, you can ask yourself, why didn't it happen so far? What are the obstacles? And of course, there is, I have to say it so bluntly, of course, also the fear of more regulatory burden by some companies, of more bureaucracy, of more regulation. And I think what is important to just really explain companies that probably have doubts. I know a lot of innovative companies, as I said, but of course there's also who have a more like old school business model. And I think we just need to convince them and explain very well what are also the advantages for them. And with that, I think we can overcome the hurdle. A second one is probably the price issue. And this is also something where consumers are probably a little bit contradicting sometimes themselves, because consumers often want the lowest price. And of course, this sometimes goes against better quality. So I think with that, with marketing, with probably also having more information to consumers, that if they have the better quality, it lasts longer, and at the end even helps basically their wallet, we can also probably overcome some of the hurdles.
Absolutely, but it does need thinking about, and I think you're right, it's true in consumer brands, it's true with what we eat, it's true with so many things. I'm going to thank you both, don't go when I say I thank you both, just for laying out some of that EU institutional perspective, but I'm going to give a chance to the two gentlemen who are with me here to give them an airing and set out their stall. Now, in no particular order, but building on what I've heard, I am actually going to come to Bruno first. Just the BSH group in a nutshell, kind of. And you can have a look at me, actually, and don't worry about the camera, because I'm far more interesting than the camera. I'm joking. What you do. But also, we heard there, we have to be careful, because you're representing 11 big brands, are you not, and home appliances. Regulatory burden for companies, price issue. Okay, so how do we get that right with the consumer? So you are important in this transition to a green and circular economy, plus the digital pillar. Are you making particular efforts to make sure your products are sustainable, and do you just sort of sit within the parameters of policy and the law, or do you actually go further?
Yeah, thank you. So for the people who don't know BSH, we produce household appliances, small and large, under the brands Bosch and Siemens, and many others, like you said, but these are the two main brands. So on the question of policy and how we behave as a company with respect to policy, I think that, first of all, we respect every single piece of legislation that is in force and that is applicable, but as a company, we go beyond that.
Okay.
To give a few examples, in the field of sustainability, which is, let's say, the core of our business strategy, we have developed, for example, a materials and substances strategy, which goes beyond the applicable legislation like REACH, ROS, F-gases, and so on. Yeah. So we are more severe for ourselves.
Okay. More severe,
And we are trying to be proactive. Yeah? We have circular economy as the core of our strategy. We have developed, for example, circular business models, which are rolled out in Germany, in the Netherlands, in Belgium. Business models with names like Blue Movement, Papillon, WeWash, where we remain owner of the appliances, especially to have the opportunity to interact with the appliance at every stage of their lifetime. So that appliances don't get lost. We know that a lot of appliances get lost at the end of life, and we can also keep a hand on them with respect to repair. But also for repair, I think we are far beyond the minimum requirements which are, for example, spelled out in the eco-design regulations, because since many years we are offering online for free for everybody exploded views of all our appliances. All our spare parts are available online to everybody. And of course, we have a very strong network of repair services. We do have our own service engineers in many countries, but in other countries we don't. Like in France or like in Italy, for example, the service is mainly being done by service partners. And we offer all repair documentation to all our service partners. So I think
easily accessible, free, it's there, or?
It's not necessarily free of charge. We also ask a bit of investment of the repairer because we train them to repair our appliances. So that's the investment that we ask. And then we deliver the information actually to those people.
Can I stop? I need you to wrap. Can I just, is it okay? Or
fine,
let me just stop in there, just so that this lovely gentleman on my left, Matthias, because you so focused on repair there, and I will come back to you. That must have sort of been music to your ears, this exploded views we just heard there, and the way that you know, these brands are working with the repair organizations, working for the benefit of the consumer. Now, we know repairability, absolutely key to long-lasting products. You've got iFixit. Tell us, you can say in a couple of sentences for the good people who might not know you, you've got repairability scores. Are they useful? Are they doing what they should in terms of helping consumers be more informed in a much more evidence-based way?
Yes, thank you. Of course, I think that informing consumers before they buy a product about the repairability or the longevity of a product is very useful. I don't need to explain that in this context, I guess. We have seen that repair scoring and repair scores that provide valuable information to consumers have also already had effects beyond that. If I just mention the example of France, for example, where you, at the point of sale, by now have mandatory repair score information for several product categories. We already see that some manufacturers have added repair information, service manuals, and also have improved the availability of spare parts. So in a way, one could say that we think the carrot approach in this regard works. So more transparency seems to be good, and it seems to have very positive effects, and we're very happy about that.
Thank you. And let me just stay with you a moment, because we were talking about parts, and we can have a moment here, and then I will come back to our lovely speakers who are joining us online. Just for a moment. I mean, one of your aims, as I understand it, is to provide these high-quality spare parts, and to help people repair their own devices. Is it difficult to track down those spare parts? I mean, what is that relationship? And I will actually come to you on this in terms of those brands, in terms of company and industry. Do you see that there is that willingness? Is it easing? Has there been an evolution?
There is no uniform picture there, of course. And us, as iFixit, we provide spare parts to consumers that are on our platform and look at our information. We are the free online repair manual for everything. And we are working to make people have a more self-guided approach to repair, and we're trying to support that. We really believe in supporting repair across the board, so we're trying to put options on the table. And we're financing our free manual by selling, for example, spare parts. And it's true that sometimes for us it's difficult to source parts. There are many facets to this, not just manufacturers, but also, of course, supply chain
Yeah.
globally is very intransparent still.
Yeah.
There are efforts to improve this, but there is a degree of evolution, one might say. And also there's, of course, a spectrum of policies by manufacturers. And
Yeah.
on the one hand, we see and welcome companies that try to provide repair information or have more open access policies to something like schematics or repair parts. And if I open up the spectrum at the other pole, there are also, of course, manufacturers that are very controlling in their ecosystem. So there is a huge spectrum of what we see, some good, some bad.
Like anything. So you've perfectly, thank you so much. Allow me to segue and turn to you now. And I hope for the audience at home, you've got a lovely, sort of a feel that you're with us in conversation. Let's just look at that, sort of the manufacturers. You said you go above and beyond. You gave examples. So you would be, perhaps in my eyes, a pioneer. You would be kind of a model, you know, within the supply chain. But the Prompt project is conducting these tests, okay? So they've looked at this lifespan of consumer devices, of household appliances. Manufacturers have information, but market players, they're not always willing to share it. So just picking up on what I hear, why is that so? Why is that so?
Well, we do have some information about, of course, the lifetime of our appliances, but we cannot say how long a product is going to last at your home. Right. What we do is we do testing. We do lifetime testing. We test our appliance for a certain number of cycles, which does not mean that after the cycle after, the appliance will break down.
Okay.
So we know that they last much longer. But to say how long an appliance will last at a people's home, that information we don't have. We don't even have the information about the average lifetime of our appliances, only anecdotal, based on information we got from recyclers, for example, then the age of the appliances when they come back. But the lifetime of an appliance is not only determined by the appliance itself. Of course, the quality of the appliance is a major factor, true. But the conditions in which the appliance is being used determines the lifetime of the appliance as well. Yeah? How intense is the usage of the appliance? Somebody who uses a washing machine 6 times a week to somebody who uses the washing machine only once a week. Huge difference if you want to express the lifetime in years. The ambient conditions in which the appliance is, like room temperature, is it varying temperature, humidity, exposure to sunlight, nearby a heating source, etc., etc. So it's very difficult to estimate the lifetime of an appliance. But, if I may add, we are supporting standardization activities on Sensenelec level and on international level, who develop standards, who already have actually developed a horizontal standard on durability and on repairability and many others. And now we are actually supporting the work of the Sensenelec groups to develop product-specific standards, to try to develop a method which reflects the average consumer use of an appliance, and based on that method, try to determine the average lifetime of an appliance. One side note to that, of course, is if we manage to do that, and a number comes out, then you should not be fixed on that number. Yeah, because that will be a reference number that will allow to compare between different appliances, but that cannot be the number where you test your own situation on and say, if somebody declares 7 years and your appliance breaks down after 6 years, and then you say, yeah, but you promised me 7. No, it's not a promise. Yeah, it's an average lifetime estimation.
Okay. All right. Thank you so very much. And I would suggest that the people who use their washing machine only once in 7 days, all of us in the lockdown last year, I mean, weren't you just wearing the same pajamas day in, day out, Bruno? I mean, I was. In fact, everybody's washing machines are suddenly going to last like 20 years instead of 10, just because of the pandemic. So I would like to just momentarily come back, if I may, to our lovely two joining us from the Commission and the Parliament online. Nils, can I just come back to you? Because right at the start you said we have to make sure that, okay, if green is the new black, it is the new black if it's not being whitewashed. I'm paraphrasing what you say. You have to look out for that greenwashing or the whitewashing of the greenwashing. So let's just momentarily look, just for a heartbeat, this new consumer agenda and these green pledges that are there. Have we seen any commitments yet from companies? And Is there, what's that role, what's that relationship with companies in that quest for more sustainable products, and where perhaps do the consumer organisations fit in? How do you here see the rest of that ecosystem?
A couple of points. First, indeed, it is very important to promote excellence. And what we heard now also in the panel is great, that Bosch Siemens are providing all the spare parts. Also, the repair information is training independent repairers, that somebody like iFixit then goes to the consumer. That's kind of excellence that we are strongly supporting via those green pledges, where companies can make voluntary commitments to improve their own environmental footprint, the footprint of their products, and also reach out better to consumers to better inform them. And that brings me to the second point I would like to make. It's of course very important that repair services are available after the purchase, but it's also critical to make sure that the consumer, when she or he decides at the moment of purchase, takes this into consideration. And as Anna said, price is a determining factor. It's critical, we know it. And still, at the moment the consumer decides, we want to make sure that information is available on the life cycle, on the reparability. Alas, for the life cycle of the product, the durability, as Bruno just said, of course, even the producers don't know how long a product will last. But still, we want to provide information both on the life expectancy and on the reparability. It's critical to have, let's say, easy understandable information, the label that Anna referred to, the repair score, where we can have perhaps even a color shaded repair information for the consumer. This will influence the purchase decision. So while we're encouraging the excellence of companies post the purchase, it's also critical to make sure that at the moment of purchase, be it online, be it offline, this information on the expected life time of the product, but also on the reparability is available. And that's what we are also working on.
Yeah, and it's very interesting. I mean, it's like that is where we live. We see it on food products. We see a traffic light system. We see it on fridges and other products. We see energy efficiency. So that is the world we are living in. It sounds like that needs to be expanded even further to absolutely make sure the consumer is informed at point or pre-point of purchase. I'm going to come back to you shortly and talk about the this whole issue of empowering consumers in the green transition. But let me just for a moment, do stay online with us, because I'm just going to turn and dig in a little bit more deeply in the 8 minutes that we have left into those relationships before, with, and between all of these different players. So I am going to come to you, Matthias, and say, as when I read and what I read around iFixit, I see sometimes perhaps a bit critical towards broader industry and these big market players. You've said, some things work splendidly, some less splendidly. Do you think there is good room to move in terms of better connection on the repairability side with those bigger actors?
Absolutely. Over the years, we have collaborated with a number of manufacturers on these topics to try to improve product information, to try to improve repair guides, or even part distribution. And if we're critical, it's because we think there still is room to grow and improve the situation. So product lifetime extension through repair and maintenance is an important topic. It's very close to our hearts, and we are trying to work on that. And we have already established relationships not just with manufacturers but also with other organizations to provide this information, and we would like to invite, of course, any other companies who are interested in making repair and maintenance more a part of their business model to approach us about this. Okay. We're happy to help and to do our part as iFixit.
I love that. Do you know, iFixit, I mean, I'm not surprised you're saying that's, look, that happy to help, ladies and gentlemen. I love that. Of course, that is what the exact words you would say. Okay, so you're there. You would like to see that greater collaboration. You're open, you're ready. I'm just going to come to Bruno before I give the closing couple of words to our speakers joining online and get Else back in before a break. So I'm just letting you know of all the fabulous things we've got coming up in the next few minutes. So here we go, the right to repair. That means I, in supposedly an easy way, an accessible and affordable way, I can repair appliances and devices. So in theory, or a repairman can do it, or me. So what sort of, who do you think from BSH, here you are, all these fabulous brands, who should be repairing? What's that relationship between those brands and me and the repairman? How does that all fit together?
Well, we think that repair can be done by several actors. As we mainly produce appliances that work on 230 volts, which very often also have water, we need to be aware that you have to have some knowledge to repair those appliances, especially if you really dig into the appliance to replace parts and whatever. You have to know, you have to have a certain knowledge. So therefore, in the first instance, of course, we think that professional, trained people should be the ones repairing washing machines, dishwashers, and fridges. But we also know repair comes at a certain cost. And we are aware of that as a company. And we are working on offering more and more repair solutions to end consumers, that they can execute some repairs which are not safety relevant, where there is no danger, where there is no risk to get in touch with components that are under 230 volts or in combination with water. We more and more develop such repair kits with online videos or with explanatory notes joined to the spare parts for the consumer to repair the appliances themselves. So that comes, let's say, at a lower cost. But the other repairs, which are safety relevant, I think that professional people should be the ones doing that. And I'm not really saying that it's only limited to authorized people by us. That can be independent repairers who can demonstrate that they have the necessary skills to do so. We are open to every professional that knocks on our door and says, I want to engage with BSH and I want to repair Bosch and Siemens and the other brands' appliances and I want to invest in that. Please teach me how to do it. We will support them.
Okay, and clearly you said you are very much into that training arena. As I said to you when we were talking costs and what you provide, you said, yes, but we're training these people. So I think in a summary there, I would say you're sort of saying, don't try this at home for certain things of 240 volts with a load of water. Use your common sense and have a look what you're trying to fix. Exactly. I would love to talk more. I can't just at the moment, but I will take I'm letting the technical crew know. I'm going to go 2 minutes over because we can start the next panel 2 minutes later because I know our lovely audience will stay with us. Just one more question for each of you here. The Commission, here's this new circular economy plan. And there's a particular legislative passage on empowering consumers for the green transition. There's that package there. One measure, Nils, that you're most excited about, because those were else words, empowering consumers. When you go to bed at night, what do you go, yay, in that legislative package?
I would say it's really the effort to take information on reparability as an example for broader circularity of products and therefore try to pin down at the point of sale to the consumer the information on the reparability in a repair score, that the consumer immediately knows how easy will it be to repair the product and therefore how long will I be able to use it.
Thank you. And it represents such an interesting evolution in all of that purchasing power that we have and our habits. So let me just come, please, finally to Anna. This is very much, I think, a personal quest for you. It's very much your baby. That's why you are so involved in the IMCO committee. But how is the EP at large, if you just had to give a couple of ways that you are furthering the cause of a sustainable and a circular Europe, what would you say that the European Parliament, is really doing?
Yeah, next to the 2 own initiative reports that I mentioned and that we did already, of course, we are as European Parliament waiting for all the legislative proposals and desperately waiting from the Commission so that we really can start working on the legislation. But we are also planning as the Committee on Internal Market and Consumer Protection, because sometimes the second part is forgotten by people. We're not only Internal Market, but also Consumer Protection Committee. We are indeed also thinking about starting other parliamentary initiatives, for example, hearings on the product passport. We might think about another own initiative report exactly about the right to repair, but this is not certain yet. For us, the most important thing is that the legislation comes fast so that we can start working on it.
Okay, thank you very much. And when you said the most important thing, we heard the little off-screen chuckle there, I think, from Nils. That's so absolutely. I mean, everything is moving so swiftly, and keeping up legislatively is sometimes very challenging because everything is moving so quickly, not least in this green and digital world. So I am going to say a big thank you now to Bruno Vermeusen. Fantastic, and I know you couldn't say half of what you wanted to, but you presented yourself beautifully, and I think people have a good feel. And again, I said I was very impressed when I went online to see the scope of what your organisation does. So it really is, ladies and gentlemen, worth a look. So do have a look there at the BSH group, and also the brilliant Matthias. I mean, iFixit. So it's one of those things, when I saw it, I thought, why didn't I think of that? Absolutely brilliant idea. So I would say, ladies and gentlemen at home, please, a warm thank you to these good people, and online to Nils Berndt of DG Just, and of course to the lovely Anna Cavazzini, MEP, who is doing such sterling work, and I can see very much a personal flame there. So I can release our two remote speakers. I can release the two gentlemen, both of you here, because I'm going to ask, and we're sticking with the COVID restriction rules, if I release you, I can get else back in. So you can actually come behind me, Matthias, if you go this way. And then thank you so much to both of you. And next time, a longer conversation for sure, and I can ask Else to come back in. So you may take your leave and watch off stage. Thanks you very much.
Thank you.
And so, ladies and gentlemen, there you can see the beautiful orchestration of our technical team and our fabulous production manager, who is doing a bazillion things at once. And look, hey presto, there's the wide shot. Else, you're back in. So we've got 1 minute together. I just want to ask you particularly, what main message, what did you not hear, and a last word to our partners, please.
Well, that's not an easy question, but I think it was quite clear that there's no silver bullet. We need to tackle a lot of things. We need legislation standards. But what stood out here was absolutely that we need to work on the repairability of products. We need to make it easier with repair guides, with spare parts, and this is actually a good thing. And it was really nice to see the ambition with each speaker to also tackle this. We focused a little bit less on also indicating the lifespan, and that's maybe something we should continue building upon, because in the end, what a consumer wants is not for a product to break down and be able to repair it. They want it to last.
Absolutely.
They want it to last longer. Yeah. But basically, I think it was really promising and heartwarming to see that everyone basically shares the same concern and is willing to act upon it, each from its own perspective. But the will is there, and there's no doubt that to tackle this challenge, each and one of us will need to do their bit. It's not about having the one thing or the other,
or even waiting for the one or the other.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. All of us and all of you will need to step in and be on board. So I would say, to wrap up, the goal is clear, and now it's about making it happen.
Absolutely, and I think you're absolutely right. And I bet you were standing behind the scenes going, yes, but lifespan. But next time we will have a conversation on lifespan. But it's interesting because that's insights for you a little bit where the focus is.
Absolutely.
You've been absolutely wonderful. Thank you so very much. I do agree with you. That was a good instance of where everybody, there is that will and there is that willingness. So, and I can see that the collaboration between Euroconsumers and all its different sort of stakeholders within the ecosystem is a strong and warm one. So that's also the importance we need to say at these awards.
That's something we built upon.
Thank you. Don't go away, because I'm going to send all of you now into a short break. So please, no more than about 10 minutes. And in that break, really don't go away, because we're going to give you a recap of some of the finalists for the award ceremony coming up a bit later. So be sure to take a look, and see you very soon for panel 2. Thank you.
Take me back to the night we met. I don't know what I'm supposed to do, honey. back to the night we met, when the night was full of terror and your eyes were filled with tears, when you had not touched me yet. Take me back to the night we met. I had all and most of you, some and now none of you. Take me back to the night we met. I don't know what I'm supposed to do, haunted by the ghost of you. Take me back to the night we met. Take me back to the night we met. Take me back to the night we met. Take me back to the night we met.
I want to dedicate this next song to a very special someone in my life, David Rose. I call you when I need you and my heart's on fire. You come to me wild and wired. You come to me and give me everything I need. Give me a lifetime of promises and a world of dreams. Speak the language of love like you know what it means. And it can't be wrong. Take my heart and make it strong, babe. You're simply the best, better than all the rest, better than anyone I've ever met. And I'm stuck on your heart. I hang on every word you say. Will tear us apart. Baby, I would rather be dead. In your heart I see the start of every night and every day. In your eyes I get lost, I get washed away. Just as long as I'm here in your arms, I can be in no better place. You're simply the best, better than all the rest, better than anyone I've ever met. And I'm stuck on your heart. I hang on every word you say. Will tear us apart. Baby, I'd rather be dead. Oh, each time you leave me, I start losing control. Like you're walking away with my heart and my soul. I can feel you, babe, even when I'm alone. Baby, don't let go, 'cause you're simply the best, better than all the rest, better than anyone I've ever met. And I'm stuck on your heart, babe. I hang on every word you say. We tear us apart. Well, I would rather be dead. Ooh. Oh, you're the best.
wish I liked you, but I watched her eyes as she walks by. Wide in sight for sunrise, brighter than a blue sky. She's got you mesmerized, while I die. Why would you ever kiss me? I'm not even half as pretty. You gave her your sweater, it's just polyester, but you like her better. I wish I were Heather. Watch as she stands with her holding your hand, put your arm around her shoulder. Now I'm getting colder, but how could I hate her? She's such an angel, but then again, kinda wish she were dead as she walks by. What a sight for sunrise, brighter than a blue sky. She's got you mesmerized, while I die. Why would you ever kiss me? I'm not even half as pretty. You gave her your sweater, it's just polyester.
And welcome back, everybody, or perhaps, who knows, even welcome for the very first time to these fabulous BEXT Awards. We are moving straight into our second panel discussion of 3 before we come to the ceremony. And, well, I'm not going to tell you. Let's have a look. We've got a little animation to find out the topic of this second panel. Let's have a quick look. We're talking all about, I wasn't going to tell you, detergents, but maybe we won't see it. There we do. We do have it. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're talking all about the performance and the eco side of detergents across the board. But it's not going to be me who's moderating. In fact, I'm absolutely delighted because here in the stage, I have with me the moderator of this panel, and she is Secretary General and Fundraising Manager at Euroconsumers, and her name is Luisa Crisi-Giovanni. So welcome. I think everybody's got us in a two-shot now. Tell us in a nutshell, because the time is yours to moderate, what's this panel all about?
Hi, Katrina. Actually, this panel would be about discovering the main result of 2 funded projects of European Union about detergent performance and claims. And of course, we will enter into the shortcomings that we discover and try to find solutions together with industry, together with European Commission representative, and together with, of course, consumer organizations. So we will try to build the bridge to the future, to the green transition.
Okay, nice. And so if you talked about all of those, have you got representatives of some of those stakeholders on this panel? Is that what you've got?
Of course, because actually Euroconsumer point of view is that solution can only be multi-stakeholder ones. And this is the reason why we have here great speakers coming from European Commission, as I said, having engineering backgrounds, also legal backgrounds, because we have the need of having actually different skills to find future-proof solutions. That's the aim, at least. And you can relieve while I will be moderating, because there will be a marathon from now on.
It will be a marathon. You've seen it. It's tough, isn't it? But it's good because it keeps things punchy.
Sure.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to pop off stage now. I'm going to leave Luisa to it, and I'll just come back at the end when she's done her beautiful job. So there we go. So have a lovely time. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Katrina. And welcome back. especially a great welcome to my online speaker that I really asked to be with me online stage. I would like to introduce Gianluca Cesarei, environmental engineer and Italian national expert seconded at the European Commission. Is actually a policy officer for DG Environment, working for the EU Ecolab team on circular economy and sustainable production topics. And in Italy has been working since 2004 in ISPRA, which is the Italian Environment Protection Agency on sustainable production and consumption policy. So welcome, Gianluca. And let me also introduce my colleague Claudia, graduating in environmental sciences. She has been working for Euroconsumers since 2000. She's a specialist in drinking water, environment, and she deals with comparative tests on detergents, namely surveys on water quality, air pollution, and waste, paying particular attention to the small and large environment impacts related to consumption and behavioral choices. And a great also welcome to Sherry Eklam from Sweden. She's been the project manager at the Swedish Consumer Association, Federation of Interest of Consumers in Sweden. And over the past year, she has, of course, led the Northwall project and investigating household cleaners. And previously, she led the international partnership between NGO and companies to reduce carbon emissions and contribute to sustainable development. Sherry holds master degrees in chemistry and business administration. As I said, as you see, there are different skills and professionality. But last but not least, on my right hand, there is Patricia Gauthier from BEUC. She's the senior legal officer at BEUC, the European Consumer Organization, of which actually all the Euroconsumer organization are a member of. And she has been defending EU consumer rights in the, let's say, enforcement program since 6 years almost. And she also follows horizontal consumer law and sustainability policy files. She holds an LLM in European law and previously worked at the European Commission. She's a Polish girl, and she's also worked for permanent representation at EU in previous, let's say, being previous legal officer BEUC. And on my left hand, let me introduce you Valérie Séjourné, last but not least, Director of Communication and Stakeholders at the Association for Soap Detergents and Maintenance Products. So welcome, Valérie. She's a marketing and communication background, and she started her career with Unilever in UK, and after a couple of years with French Energy and Environmental Agency as a communication manager, she joined the International Association, where she's in charge of communication. Most of all, she's following sustainable production and consumption, circular economy, new programs that we will discover later on. But let me go straight away to the aim of this panel. As I said, we have the challenge of the time, and I want to discover straight away from, let's say, the participant of these two funded projects by European Commission, Clean Project and actually the Northwall project, what they discover about detergent performances and also claims. So I would like to know from Claudia, what was Clean Project about? Clean Project was a European project led by OCU, Euroconsumers, and Testascia with the support of the Proteste. But what can you really tell us about how green detergents you tested were? Because we want to really know about their performance, and especially whether or not they were telling the truth about their green, their green claims displayed on maybe the packaging. Claudia, floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Luisa. Actually, making a balanced evaluation of the environmental impact of detergents is not an easy task. Euroconsumers is very skilled in testing performance of detergents, thanks to the support of experienced laboratories and well-established testing methods. But really, when it comes to giving a balanced evaluation of the environmental impact, the challenge becomes much more demanding. There are no definitive standards about testing environmental impacts of detergents, and there are so many ingredients and so many aspects that can be taken into account that it was really difficult to start. But in our CLEAN project, we decided to test two big groups of detergents. On one side, the top-selling performing brands, the most important brands in each country, and on the other side, the broader range of green products we could get in our test. So we chose both products carrying a proper eco-label, so like the European eco-label or some other robust certification scheme, but also many green products that just present themselves as green. The market is actually becoming more and more crowded with products that just either have a green reputation or are even a famous historical green brand in each country. So we tried to gather them all and test them just as we test normally our detergents in comparative testing. We tried to get also some brands that are maybe sold in minor shops and propose to consumers new consumption schemes, especially to consumers that are looking to be more sustainable, even in their cleaning habits. This is really an expanding market. Thanks to the CLEAN project, we could build a robust evaluation of ingredients. We have a database now of more than 425 ingredients, for which we have every impact in the different environmental areas, so especially on water and on the water environment. With this database at hand, we can build a robust score of the environmental impact of the composition of detergents. In parallel, we make also an evaluation of the packaging of detergents. So composition and packagings are, of course, the main impacts, the main aspects we take into account when we make an evaluation of the environmental consequences of our detergents. So with this big database at hand, we are now ready to start the discussion, because we have built our green evaluation of detergents, but of course the job has just begun. So we are ready to discuss about these ingredients and their evaluation with other consumer organizations, with regulatory entities, and of course with consumers. So it is a work in progress, this evaluation of the environmental impact of detergents, because many more aspects and broader aspects linked to sustainability still have to be tackled and must be discussed with other participants.
Thank you very much, Claudia. You gave me the hook to ask Cherie, as a Norqual project manager, whether they did discover the same things, how actually this project, which actually lasted 1 year, detect something interesting that we didn't know, or actually had the same approach of Claudia's one, I mean the CLEAN one, because I think it's interesting also here to create synergy and really, merge results and find the economy of scale of these kind of two fields and research work. Cherie.
Thank you very much. Yes, I would say the Nordqual results were quite comparable to Claudia's, what she described with the CLEAN project. And we tested products from Sweden, Denmark, and Finland in the Nordic market. Can y'all hear me okay?
Yep.
Oh dear, I'm just getting my own feedback then. So we found that misleading or unsupported claims for environmental or health impact are quite common, and that they are distracting and confusing consumers from making a well-informed choice when they purchase products. So in terms of advice for consumers, we would say to be aware of those unsubstantiated claims, and the products that have those can still contain problematic chemicals. and instead seek out credible eco labels and credible allergy labels. Regarding performance, there's no legal performance requirement for detergents. And however, products with credible eco labels, such as the EU Eco Label and Nordic Swan, have passed their own performance criteria, which would be another reason for consumers to look for those labels. And then independent test results are another good source of performance information. For example, the test results published in consumer magazines. So yeah, those are some of the initial results I can describe that we found from our
Thank you. Thank you very much,
project.
Sherry.
Thanks.
So actually, you were talking about green claims. So instead of asking straight away to Valerie, I'd rather go to Patricia to ask you, Patricia, actually, how can we detect as consumers green claims which are not true? And how important is this commercial communication to steer consumer choices? So is this something that, BEUC is actually working on? Please.
Of course, we're working on it. It's extremely important for consumers to have the right and the reliable information. Maybe also to clarify, not only untruthful or false claims can be considered misleading, but also those claims that provide information that is actually factually correct, but can still deceive or is likely to deceive consumers into taking commercial decisions they would not have taken otherwise. In terms of assessing which claims are untruthful, well, this is not an easy task, especially for an average consumer that would often not have the technical expertise or simply just the time to analyze a specific claim and the information that is being provided. And that task is being made even more difficult because in a lot of cases the evidence supporting a claim is not even available. Because according to the current EU rules, traders, they should have the evidence to support their claim available, but they only have to provide it if they are requested to do so by the court or by the national authority, which means that even consumer organizations like our members often don't have access to that evidence, which of course makes it really difficult. Another aspect that I realized when learning about the results of the Nordqual project and the Clean project is that often for detergents, even the ingredients are not available. And that is, of course, again, a hurdle that is making it even more difficult to assess the claims. And it should be made definitely much easier for consumers to choose the best environmentally friendly products. And no untruthful claims should be allowed on the market in the first place.
Thank you. Thank you, actually, Patricia, because also according to a survey that Euroconsumer made last year, actually consumers are really driven by commercial communication, so they really rely on it without really necessary, rewarding the best performant companies, so investing maybe in innovation for detergents. That's why I wanted to ask you, Valerie, how will you address this issue of transparency of the list of ingredients of detergent? That seems to be something that could really help consumer organizations to really promote the less impactful, environmental friendly detergents and ban the bad performing ones. So what are you really doing as industry, detergent industry, to tackle these shortcomings, or at least this seems to be shortcomings?
Thank you, Louisa, and thank you for the invitation to ESC and engaging in the dialogue, because it's definitely something that that is close to our heart, to engage with civil society and work together on this topic for good consumer communication. So we've been really looking and reading attentively at the findings from the Clean project and the Nordqual project. Our national associations have been also in close dialogue with the members of the Clean to discuss those. So for us, there are it's very rich, the findings which is in this report. And there are definitely topics on which we are keen to collaborate with you. We do support, for example, the fact that performance is key. A product is first and foremost here to be placed on the market to do its job. So it seems that some of the products that have been tested are not necessarily delivering the job, and we cannot but agree with the fact that this is regrettable because the product is here to do its job. We have a strong experience in AIC about setting high testing protocols, and these protocols are available on the AIC site for consumer organizations. So we are really keen to share that expertise and work with all experts on that, and definitely make sure that the products do their job and that they don't have to be reused and rewashed, because that would be generating additional environmental impacts, as a matter of fact. On the topic of, so performance, definitely for us, it's a priority. On the topic of claims, we've also been reading claims which, for example, allude to some compliance with legal requirements. Here we do agree that this is not good practice. I mean, when you comply with the law, it's the obligation to place your product on the market, so there is no point in advertising that on the product. With regard to green claims in general, AIC took part in the two initiatives at European level with the multi-stakeholder dialogue on environmental claims back in 2015, and with the UN as well on product sustainability information. So we've been co-creating these two pieces of guidance, and we are promoting them through not only our CSR material at AIC level. Unfortunately, we cannot control every single pack claim which is placed on the market. We are not the controlling body, but so probably further improvement is needed on that front indeed. With regard to your last question about transparency and access to ingredients, indeed, this is a legal requirement under detergents regulation back since 2004. We see that there is some good practices and some less good practices. Last week, we had actually a follow-up call with Christelle Sogard from the Nordqual initiative to discuss that topic more particularly in detail. It's a very important one for us because it is a legal requirement. We have some AIC guidance on the site of AIC which says that in maximum 3 clicks, normally consumers should have access to that list. For us, it's an important one also because the whole digitalization project and trend is here to maybe enable for key information to be placed on pack and more complementary to information to be put online. So maybe there are also practical tools now with QR codes and so on who could facilitate that access. So again, on that topic, there are Commission initiatives on the study, and we are really keen to engage with all stakeholders and civil society on that.
Great, Valerie. So actually we learned that digital tools can actually empower consumer. Next panel actually will explore how much we can go into the digital world to really enable this kind of information, empower to really act the most sustainable choices. In this case, we are talking about dishwasher and hand and soap and liquids, bathroom cleaners. But let's say that this issue of the giving access for real to the information and make it happen is a kind of trend common probably to all the 3 panels of today. I will then go to the European Commission EU Ecolabel team, Gianluca, representative, because I really want to, at this stage of the discussion, because then we'll have another round, and if the time will allow us also catch up a question from the audience, so just stay with us till the end, because you will maybe raise a question about the performance of some of the detergents that you have at home. I want to ask nonetheless Gianluca now, what's the added value of EU Ecolabel scheme as compared to other green labels that maybe detergent industry use to really promote their product. So why consumers should choose a new eco-label product instead of another green label one? Gianluca.
Thank you, and thank you for the invitation and to allow me to speak about the EU Eco-Label. The EU Eco-Label is the official European Union label that proves environmental excellence for products and for services. Of course, it belongs to ISO Type 1 eco-labels, and thus it means that it is a voluntary label that is third-party verified, so it's a reliable and credible tool. It has a multi-criteria approach, and the criteria are LCA-based, so life cycle assessment. It means that the whole life cycle of the product is taken into consideration, so into a holistic, let's say, approach. And there's a multi-stakeholder also and transparent approach in developing criteria, because all stakeholders participate in a very transparent way, as said. So it's like these other eco-labels, ISO Type 1, that are credible labels, but the eco-label is the only EU-wide ISO Type 1 eco-label. That means that is recognized all over Europe, and it's official European Union label for environmental excellency. Today, we have more than 80,000 products awarded on the market for 23 categories of product groups. And the eco-label can be awarded to the 10 to 20% best products on the market from an environmental point of view, but it also addresses health aspects and social aspects where it is appropriate. It's important because it allows producers to prove their commitment towards the environment and sustainability, and at the same time empowers consumers and procurers in making sustainable and informed choices. And so they can play a real active role in the ecological transition. At the same time, it's a fundamental tool because it really connects citizens to the European Commission overall political objectives and make them really an active part of it. And in fact, the eco-label supports all the main initiative legislative proposals, and it supports the implementation of the European Green Deal, of the Circular Economy Action Plan, and it is also mentioned in the new consumer agenda as one of the existing tools for providing consumers with better and more reliable information.
Thank you very much, Gianluca, also to be very sharp and to the point. I also hope that you will take advantage of the results of the Clean and Cool project, these two huge database of detergents. Let me then go back to my dear Claudia then and actually discover with you, Claudia, you tested 228 products and actually map more than 425 ingredients. Some of them with roughly 300 green claims on it. Is there something, kind of particular issue that you want to share with us? For example, do detergent produce microplastic according to the test that we've done?
Yes, this is one of the good news we discovered through the project. A part of the project was dedicated to investigating if detergents sold in caps, so in monodoses, could participate to the release of microplastics in our laundry sewage. And so we really made quite an innovative test that has no testing procedure yet, for checking if the detergent itself in capsules could add microplastics to the washing. And what we discovered is actually that there is no significant contribution in microplastics in the sewage water of a washing due to the detergent. So the main part of microfibers that go to the environment with our washing, because we must know that it is an important source of microplastics in sewage waters, they come from textiles and not really from capsules. So this was good news we discovered with a very innovative testing that our partner organization OCU conducted. And so it was very good to discover that actually we can tell consumers that they can use that kind of products without feeling guilty in maybe adding microplastics with their sewage. But then we had some other news we discovered. For example, in looking through the ingredients, we found out that one single dose of dishwashing detergents can contain up to 35 ingredients, and only less than 10 of them are linked really to performance and to washing. So there are many, many ingredients that are widely used by industry that are not really linked to performance. So there are many ingredients that maybe could be dropped in the formulation of detergents. And the other good news, on the other hand, is that normally green products are perceived as less performing in washing performances. But actually we found out that there are many good examples of green products being really green, either carrying a label or not, but really green products that give satisfactory washing performance. So the market of green detergent is becoming more and more respondent to consumers' requests of being both performant and having a low environmental impact. So really innovation is being carried on by industry, and the good news is that we have good examples of detergents having good performance and also a lower environmental impact of the ingredients and the packaging.
Thank you. Thank
so
you,
this
Claudia.
is a good choice, a good news for consumers and for industry as well.
Great. Let me go to Sherry then to discover for Nordqual project whether they had some, something to share that we didn't know, and because it seems that the real issue is that we really need to help people to discover our role as consumer organization is really to help the best choice, best environmental friendly choice, but also from the performance point of view. Is there any product that you actually discover not really working or someone else really performing very well in 2 minutes time? Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, we have some, I guess, suggestions for both producers and institutions, and I guess the overall comment is to help consumers make good choices. And two things I want to emphasize there. First, for industry is to avoid problematic chemicals, and in particular, limiting or banning allergens, carcinogens, endocrine disruptors, and other chemicals that are problematic to health or the environment. So our test results showed that products meeting the Nordic SWAN criteria managed to avoid all these problematic chemicals and performed just as well as those that contained the problematic chemicals. So in other words, these types of problematic chemicals like perfumes, chlorine, boron, isothiazolinones can be removed or substituted with less problematic alternatives without at all compromising the product quality. So that's both, and also the EU eco-label criteria limits those chemicals as well. So I think for industry, it's important to avoid those, and for the eco-labels to make sure that those are in their criteria. But we also find that voluntary efforts are not sufficient, so that we also have policy recommendations that these types of chemicals need to be more strictly regulated, so they can be completely removed from products, so consumers don't need to think about that. There are not too many consumers that want to have endocrine disruptors in their toilet cleaners. It's a little silly. So I think especially banning substances is a very high concern, and also thinking about the combination effects of all the exposures to chemicals that we get every day from all the different products we use, and making sure that those combination effects are taken into account in making policy decisions. And then the other thing is making, we've already talked about it, but making the ingredients and hazard information more easily accessible to consumers. And in particular, for us, that really means having that on the package, because at the end of the day, people are in the store, they're looking at the packages, or they have the package in their bathroom, and that's where they're looking at it. So it's not always so easy to use, look up on someone's website, what's the ingredients in this product, during those decisions of purchasing and then using the product. So it's
Absolutely.
for
Yeah,
consumer
these are your
safety and also for just making better decisions, make that information available to consumers, preferably right there on the package. And we see that. And I think that's also a good recommendation for the eco labels and the allergy labels to, in order to have those labels, perhaps make sure that information is on the package as well.
Okay, thank you, Sherry. Actually,
Yeah,
this
because
issue of how to
in
really
1/3 of the products, we looked at that information about ingredients was quite difficult to find. So then it's not helpful to consumers.
Okay, thank you, Sherry. Actually, the point you raised about, let's say, the accessibility to the ingredient list, which is actually the question that I also introduced to Valerie before, is coming also from the audience, from Crystal Kirkeby, Danish Consumer Association for Brukerrecht. And they actually are asking me to ask you, how do we solve this? So this request coming from actually both projects to have the accessibility, you more or less replied to me before to probably not only having on the package, but for sure working maybe on a digital tool, which doesn't mean to have it on a hidden website, because this is useless. So we really need to engage consumer and to provide consumer the tools, even digital, in my opinion. It could be, on the front pack, a QR code, but can also be something new. So I think we need to collaborate to really innovate the way also to provide this information. But the point is accessibility to this list of ingredients to really detect the good ones from, the bad ones. So how can you maybe answer or reinforce the message that you provided us before, Valerie?
Sure, and Christelle is the person with whom we had the meeting last week, actually, to discuss that from the Nordqual project. So we are on the case. There is certainly improvement by some of the members in the industry to make that URL more visible in their packaging, and that should be the first one that consumers should see. There are some learnings to take for some of our members. As I said, we have the guidance at ASC level, which says that in maximum 3 clicks, normally this list should be accessible. And then with the Commission study, which is happening at the moment on how to improve the provision of hazard information, explore the potential of e-labeling, we are quite eager to discuss with all stakeholders, Commission, Member States, civil society, on how the current labeling situation, which we know is not working well. We have plenty of data since a few years, and we exchanged those with the BEUC membership at a forum that we did in 2018 at ASC level, and with the Danish Consumer Organization as well. So we know the current labels don't work.
North and South, because both projects, North and South, actually.
Yes, but this kind of, the fact that the pieces of legislation which end up on pack, from detergents regulation requirements, CLP requirement, have been done in silo and not in an exclusive way, also leads to lots of duplication, confusion, inconsistencies. So the work that is happening now by the Commission is a fantastic opportunity to look at it in a holistic perspective, tackle the issues of duplications, and also agree with civil society and all stakeholders what is the primary information and what is maybe more secondary information and can be made available on pack, and how to online and how to organize that with the tools which exist now. So we
and
are
even
definitely on the
maybe
case.
study whether or not how consumers actually react to this kind of
Yes, and
information display, maybe through new pilot tests in order to discover whether it works. Because in the end, we need to really have an impact, you and us. And let me go then to Patricia to really maybe know more about how we can and whether it's sufficient to tackle the green claims, which are just greenwashing, through some legislative tool, or should we have a kind of new way of tackling or engaging industry to really perform better? Also in terms of communication, not just from the point of view of the content of the product, but also of the way the product is commercialized. Because as we have seen before, half of consumers interviewed by Euroconsumer actually rely only on the communication, not really watching out at the ingredients list.
In terms of legal basis, what we can use now to protect consumers against greenwashing is the Unfair Commercial Practices Directive. The thing is that it has several shortcomings. First of all, it only foresees an ex-post control system, and each case has to be assessed on a case-by-case basis, which in practice means that a very little percentage of claims is actually being verified. The process also takes a very long time. If the case needs to go to court eventually to be taken down off the market, it can take even years. While in the meantime, the harm is done and consumers' trust is undermined. We also see that there are no rules on any kind of systematic checks. Now the authorities are starting different initiatives, like the recent sweep of the CPC network, so the Network of Consumer Protection Authorities, that looked into that issue. But it really very much depends on the resources and the priorities of the authority at the given time. So that's of course not enough. There is also a problem of a diverging interpretation. Since the directive doesn't have any explicit rules on green claims, we need to apply the general articles, and the interpretation is left to the courts. There are some guidelines both on the EU level and on the national level, but those remain of course a non-legally binding guidelines, and the court can still interpret the directive differently. So we feel that there really needs to be a substantive change in the system, and the climate crisis urgency really calls for ambitious measures. And at BEUC now we're recommending a pre-approval scheme for green claims, actually, which could be inspired on another scheme that is already put in place since several years, which was designed for health and nutrition claims in food products.
Great. Thank you very much. I just want to go back then to Gianluca. Again, last but not least, to your, let's say, final consideration about what can we do to improve, Gianluca, the process also of Eco-label scheme, maybe embedding some of the elements in 1 minute, if you can, that emerge from this panel.
I think that all this discussion we've been having now, and also what we heard in the previous panel, I think that is fundamental that both companies, when they want to prove their commitment to environment, and consumers choose only trusted and third-party verified labels like the Eco-label, and help us promoting these credible and reliable labels. In fact, the European Commission is putting a lot of effort in promoting the Eco-label, particularly as I said, the Eco-label is the official label. And so we are having several communication campaigns to improve and increase the visibility of this label, both online and on the shelves. And there is also an intensive work ongoing with retailers that are also very important for this and for green products in general, just to support this process. And in fact, there are very important retailers which are really putting efforts to display green products and credible certification on their platforms. The European Commission is doing also is working on several parallel initiatives to empower consumers to make informed choice and sustainable choices. And there are initiatives ongoing on fighting harmful practices like greenwashing that we heard before, and early obsolescence, or a vague sustainability label. We heard also in the previous panel with colleagues from DG Just. There's also a very important initiative on substantiating green claims on which the European Commission is working. So if you want to make a green claim, then you have to substantiate it with a scientific method, that is the environmental footprint. And another very important initiative on which we are working is the Sustainable Product Initiative that wants to make sustainable products the norm. And so by enlarging the eco-design, widening the eco-design directive, we would have more products, not only energy-related products covered, so that sustainability must really become the norm, and products on the market should be made available when they are really sustainable. And together with these initiatives, there's also another interesting initiatives that could go in the direction that you were discussing about ingredients, or however the information related to these products. That is the digital product passport. So we should aim at having this digital passport
Gianluca,
for
sorry,
each product.
I apologize. The time is running. Actually, I have 40 seconds to go to the end of this very interesting panel. Actually, this actually shows, if I can wrap up, and I then, well, thank you all, first of all, for very interesting contribution, but I think we need to avoid to work in silos, so really work in a collaborative manner. Also because innovation comes from collaboration, breaking silos, actually address the transparency issue. And for sure, today we have raised awareness, and we have built another break of trust in consumer choosing the most sustainable choice. Thank you very much. I welcome, in the meantime, here Katrina Zischel to go ahead with the next panel. But I really thank you, all my speakers, for this commitment and this marathon. And thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you. First of all, I'm not turning to the camera because we are in a two-shot, I can see that. Thank you so much. Can I just say, Luisa, you were a beautiful counterpoint to my headless chicken moderating. You were beautifully calm. I think that must have been delightful for our audience. Can I just say a couple of takeaways, listening from the outside and being just the average consumer? For me, a statement I heard really hit home. I think it was Patricia from Buke. She said, yeah, there's factually correct stuff out there, but actually it's not factually correct. It can still deceive consumers. It claims to be factually correct, but it can still sway them off course. That whole issue of trust and transparency, that was the statement. The feeling I got was, oh my God, how much work to all of you consumer organizations and the wider stakeholder ecosystem, how much work there is behind this. It's extraordinary to look at all these products. Finally, I have to say the quote of that was definitely Cherie. I've just done 2 days on endocrine disruptors for the Commission, and when she said, people have got those in their toilet cleaners, it's a little silly. I thought that was the master of, she's not British, but understatement. It was fantastic. What was your one big takeaway before I take the audience into the break?
Well, my main takeaway is that through dialogue, you can really achieve major goals. So as the goal we have ahead with the green claims and transition is really, high level, we really need to work together to tackle this. And with industry, with the institution, really to find solutions that are workable. Because if you do, write on paper something that is beautiful, but then is not implemented, is useless. So let's work together.
Thank you. And that's a very, very top adjunct to what you said. Yes, work together, but keep everything. That there is ambition there, but make that workable, what you do together to meet that ambition. Absolutely brilliant. Hold that spot a moment. Going to take us into the animation. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a third and final panel in about 12 minutes. So please come back for it. It's a super important one on online safety. And then, of course, we're going to move into those sparkling awards. So don't go away. See you very soon. Thank you to Louisa and to her fabulous speakers. See you shortly.
Tell you to run. You know what they say about the young. I would like to hold my little hand. We will run, we will crawl, we will. I would like to hold my little hand. We will run, we will crawl. Send me on my way. 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 Ooh, I would like to hold my little hand. We will run, we will crawl, we will. I would like to hold my little hand. We will run, we will crawl. Send me on my way. 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 I would like to hold my little hands. I would like to hold my little hands. Moving forward, using all my breath, making love to you was never second best. I saw the world crashing all around your face, never really knowing it was always mesh and lace. I'll stop the world and melt with you. You've seen the difference and it's getting better all the time. There's nothing you and I won't do. I'll stop the world and melt with you. Dream of better lives, the kind which never hate. Dropped in the state of imaginary grace. I made a pilgrimage to save this human race, never comprehending the race had long gone by.
stop the world and melt with you. Melt with you. I'll melt with you. I'll stop the world and melt with you. You've seen the difference and it's getting better all the time. There's nothing you and I won't do. I'll stop the world and melt with you. I'll stop the world and melt with you.
Your love is bright as ever, even in the shadows. Baby, kiss me before they turn the lights out. Your heart is glowing and I'm crashing into you. Baby, kiss me before they turn the lights out. Before they turn the lights out. Oh, baby, love me lights out. In the darkest night, I search through the crowd. Your face is all that I see. I'll give you everything. Baby, love me lights out. Baby, love me lights out. We don't have forever. Baby, daylight's wasting. You better kiss me before time has run out. Nobody sees what we see. They're just hopelessly gazing. Oh baby, take me before they turn the lights out. Before time has run out. Oh baby, love me lights out. In the darkest night, I search through the crowd. Your face is all that I see. I'll give you everything. Baby, love me lights out. Baby, love me lights out. Oh, you can turn my lights out. I love you like XO. You love me like XO. You kill me, girl, XO. You love me like XO. It's all that I see. I'm giving you everything. Baby, love me lights out. Baby, love me lights out. You can turn my lights out. In the darkest night, I search through the crowd. Your face is all that I see. I'll give you everything. Baby, love me lights out. Baby, love me lights out. Oh, you can turn my lights out. to stop you bleeding, but nothing ever stops you leaving. Quiet when I'm coming home and I'm on my own. Like it like, say it like it like that, like it like that. Like it like, say it like it like that, like it like
A warm welcome back, physical and virtual audience and speakers, to our fantastic BEXT Awards. And we're going to move straight now into our third panel. So, well, here's an animation. Let's see what we're going to be talking about. And just a word to you there, ladies and gentlemen. I did see that a question had come in for our last panel that Louisa might not have had time to squeeze in, but we won't forget you and she will reply to you. I will try and squeeze in an audience question in this one if I can. I'm not going to make any promises. I'll do my best. So online safety, absolutely never been as critical as it is now, not least within the context of the upcoming European Cybersecurity Month. So we've got delightful speakers on this panel. We've got distinguished people from Belgium, from Portugal, from Spain, from all of those governments. So that's very important. That's where those national consumer organizations are, and the European Parliament, to gain some good insights into what institutions are doing at all sorts of levels. And I've also got some guests joining me on stage. So you're going to see who they are right now. From Euroconsumers, I have the head of litigation and academic outreach. His name is Marco Scialdone. So there we go. So I'm looking at you. How lovely to see you. And here on my left, I have from Google, Director of Government Affairs and Public Policy, Karen Massin. So a warm, warm welcome to you. And your work particular, you do a lot of stuff with the European institutions. You are clearly in the right city for that. I'm going to come to you both in a moment, but first of all, before I put both of our speakers in the spotlight, we've got a little bit of an appetizer for this panel, because we're going to show you, well, they're going to talk about it in just a moment, a very engaging, a very user-friendly initiative. It's a joint initiative by Euroconsumers and Google called Space Shelters. And it's a web game that can help consumers really become safer and more, well, that word has come up, empowered online. So let's take a little look.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello. I'm Paolo, and I'm glad to announce I will be taking part in a new mission aimed to train the recruits for the launch of Space Shelter, an outer space mission where we will learn the importance of online safety. Physical safety is one of the main concerns for an astronaut. This seems to be obvious when you are working and living for months in a small laboratory house made of thin aluminum and placed in the vacuum of space, far away from any environment that can guarantee your survival. But it is not only our physical safety we are concerned with. In fact, we are concerned with other aspects that are related to the safety and security of our technical equipment that is managed by computer. Lastly, we are concerned with the security of all the super important scientific data that are exchanged between centers all over the world and space. So, if you want to discover more, buckle up. We are taking off.
I love that. I love that video. I could watch that video a lot, actually, and we're going to see a demo of Space Shelter in a bit, but not quite yet. I'm going to turn to one of the guests who's on stage with me, to Euroconsumers, in fact. So, Marco, so lovely to have you here. Here's this fantastic initiative with Google on cybersecurity. Just give us a few insights into that and also on the relationship itself. Why that relationship?
Yeah, let me tell you, Victoria, that I'm really excited to announce this new project with Google on cybersecurity. What you are going to see in a few minutes, and I think it will offer us some good ideas for the panel that will follow, is the fruitful product of a long-term cooperation with Google over the years. And it is also a first follow-up of the joint report on digital responsibility that Google and Euroconsumers released on November 2020. On that occasion, it was clear that internet can offer a lot to consumers as long as it is a safe place. So what are we presenting today? It is just a gamification of cybersecurity, because we really believe that if we want to empower consumers, we have to offer tools, programs, knowledge, and the gamification of cybersecurity can be something that to make easier to understand complicated concepts about cybersecurity and to make consumers more aware and more empowered about the online life. So this is the first point. The second point that I want to stress, just to grab 1 minute more, is about the cooperation with Google, in general with the cooperation with the global and responsible market players. We truly believe in the power of dialogue. We believe in the dialogue with global market players to bring benefit to consumers. Of course, this is not an easy exercise. The dialogue means confronting with the interest of the others, understanding the needs of the others. Sometimes it means to create a synthesis of the opposites. So it's not the easiest way to do. Of course, to criticize everything is much easier. To say that everything is wrong without offering an alternative is much easier. But we want to build and not to destroy. The second point is that we often use this expression responsible market players, which does not mean perfect market players. To be responsible means that you are able to recognize your mistakes when they happen, and you show a willingness to correct them, talking with consumers organizations. So to be honest, if we were to dialogue only with perfect market players, we would not dialogue at all because they simply do not exist. That's why we are keeping this dialogue open with Google, not because Google is perfect, because it's not, of course, but because we respect each other. Sometimes we agree, sometimes we fight, but we respect each other, and this is what dialogue is made of.
Okay. Thank you very much, and very, very interesting. And we could actually have an entire panel, an entire dinner party, an entire day on that alone, you know, having those kinds of dialogues in a society that is becoming more and more polarized. So I'm actually going to turn to Google. We heard there, respect, not perfect. That's what, you know, we heard there. Tell me about, you know, about this initiative and that relationship with Euroconsumers and how you find that dialogue.
Thank you very much. Well, first I want to thank you for the invitation. And I think it's a pleasure to be here because I absolutely agree with Marco. I mean, collaboration is important. And we have a growing collaboration with Euroconsumers and, you know, across topics, across countries. And for us, it's important. The dialogue is important because we actually want to try to improve what we're doing. We're basically trying to work hard to keep people safe. And what we do is basically twofold. Either we actually help people empower themselves in terms of their privacy, or we actually, across all our products, increase security and privacy across the board. I'll give you first an example. We were the first industry, you know, to actually come up with the auto-delete data, which means that your data get automatically deleted after 18 months. This is something that we have 2 billion users using basically on a daily basis. We also do a privacy checkup, which means that you can actually choose the things on privacy that best fit you. We're also blocking something like 100 million phishing attempts every day. We encrypt 4 billion pictures every day as well. We check about 900 million passwords every day. So just to give you an idea about the size of what we're doing. And we're protecting more than 4 million devices in terms of the browsing technology. And of course, over the years, we've been looking at ways to be more innovative and actually to improve the privacy settings. And we learned 2 important things. The first one is that, you know, it starts with education. You need to educate the users to have a safer use of the internet. And also, we can't do it alone. And this is why we're actually collaborating with, you know, very good consumer organizations and other civil society players to actually work together and to try to enhance, you know, the safety online. And this is actually how our collaboration actually started, a few years ago. I think it was 2015. And we basically decided that we would educate, users, but also create a dialogue, as Marco was saying, so that we could see how we could improve ourselves. And, we created a report last year when we were looking at doing a study on understanding what were the users thinking in terms of the privacy. And we actually handed over this report to Commissioner Didier Reynders. And what we saw is that the users were actually concerned about their privacy, and also they were thinking that some online companies were not transparent enough about the data and how the data is being used. And this is why, as part of doing more, because we were talking then with the CEO of Euroconsumers, Ivo Michaels, who said, okay, what more could we do? And this is why we've worked together to create this safe shelter, and it's just in advance of the EU Cybersecurity Week, which is, months actually, which is in October. It's not a week.
Well, it's 4 weeks, so technically you're not wrong.
Right.
That's okay.
And I've actually played that game, and I think it's really good because it's a very easy way. You've got some puzzles, you've got some games. It tells you how to improve basically your password, how to manage all your passwords, and also to do the multi-factor authentication, and also to understand what are your privacy settings. So, this is part of the announcements we're doing. We're also going to basically give a contribution to TechSoup, which is going to be doing some training for about 3,000 NGOs all over Europe to actually help them increase their privacy settings. So we're trying to do a snowball effect on that as well. But anyway, I'm going to close now because I think it's time for the panel. But I want to thank, Euroconsumers, thank you, Katrina, and also all the national members of Euroconsumers. So we've got Altro Consumo in Italy, OCO in Spain, Deco Proteste in Portugal, and Testacha in Belgium. And they're really helping us amplifying the voice, basically, of the Euroconsumers and also pushing us to be better. Thank you.
Indeed, thank you so very much. And again, I have so many questions, I can't ask them at the moment. What I will say is that both of you, I'd love you to come back just right at the end for a minute, but I do absolutely respect you have an appointment and you've been brilliant to come here with us. So if I can't catch you at the end, I won't, but hopefully I might be able to. And also thanks for the heads up on TechSoup, because that is a video that we are going to see very, very shortly. But first of all, there we heard from Karen at Google that we're going to have a little bit of an insight, bit of a demo of Space Shelter. So why don't we play that for you now? It's for pretty much any age. Let's have a look. I hope that gave you a good insight. As I said, something absolutely for any age group there. So please watch out for that because, hey, it's important for all of us. And now, right on into the panel. Who do we have? Well, I'm delighted to have again on stage with me here from Belgium, the Secretary of State for Budget and Consumer Protection. Her name is Eva de Bleke, so a very, very warm welcome to you there. It's great, and in these days where we're starting to have people on stage again, it's an absolute pleasure. Of course, joining us online, for now we have 2 speakers, but we will have a third. Who do we have now? We have Rafael Escudero, who's Secretary General for Consumer Affairs and Gambling. You can have a big smile or a wave to us if you like, whatever you prefer. And we also have João Torres, who is Secretary of State for Consumers Defence in Portugal. And just to let you know, in about 10-15 minutes, we've also got MEP Brando Benefei, who is from the S&D Group, a member of the Committee on the Internal Market and Consumer Protection, and he's going to be joining us live from Italy. So why don't I dive in with you first, Eva? I love to do that ladies first because it's so delightful to have a female with me on this panel. And let's have a look. Let's have a look at online security proper according to some of the stats that we have? Now, Google conducted an online security survey, and I think more than half of the people, 52%, reported, hey, yeah, of course, I use the same password for multiple sites. And yet, at the same time, nearly 80% think that updating security software is important, but a third of them, kind of, if that, do it regularly. So that's a disjunction. What do we need to do to fill that gap and to push consumers to perhaps change their habits?
Yeah, it's true that we see that many consumers on the internet now, they started to use the internet relatively recently. Of course, we know that for many years already, people were active on the internet, but during the COVID crisis, the number of users increased. And you see that there are two groups that are really of concern. One is a group that uses it freely and often, but is not really aware of the fact that indeed passwords are very valuable, that they should be careful when they share information. And then there's the other group for whom the internet is like a threat. They don't really dare to enter, and as such, they will not use the full potential the digital economy provides. They started during COVID time. We saw that many shops became also online active. The banking sector also got more clients using online banking, but for some consumers, this is still difficult. And so I think we have to address, from a government perspective, both of these groups. On the one hand, the ones that are free with their data, we should make them aware of the fact that they have to be careful when they share passwords, but not just passwords, also names of pets, etc., which are often used by criminals who are on the internet to get passwords for other applications. And then, of course, also we have to explain, sometimes it are the elderly people, but also people with different backgrounds, of all the opportunities the internet provides. And there, I think it is important from a government perspective to find the right instrument to target the right group of people. For example, if you speak with young people, if you want to address the young people, then using their own channels, such as the YouTube channels, Instagram, etc., are the most effective ones. For elderly people, I would suggest maybe more a documentary on television, an item during the news, because they still watch a lot of television. And for example, on the Instagram, we made a little movie.
You have, it's a nice little clip.
To the youngsters, to make them aware of all the threats there are, for example, phishing, but also fake goods, banking, fake banking accounts, etc. So maybe we can have a look at the...
We can. You're so polite. You see, you're not as bossy as me. I would say show it. I think we should have a look at that clip now. It's very, very short, but let's see what we mean when we're talking about raising awareness in the right way with the right groups and matching those communication tools. Can we have a look at that clip now?
Op het internet is niet alles wat het lijkt.
Les choses ne sont pas ce qu'elles semblent sur Internet.
We hebben je beetgenomen.
We brachten jou bewust op het verkeerde been. Mais tout le monde n'a pas de bonnes intentions, même sur les réseaux sociaux.
Geloof niet alles wat je aangeboden wordt. Ook reclame kan misleidend zijn. Soms krijg je een verkeerde tip of word je zelfs opgelicht.
Let goed op vooraleer je een aankoop doet en controleer of de aanbieder en het product wel bestaan.
So that's very interesting. That's effectively what we heard in the last panel when we were talking detergents. Hey, guys, consumers, facts are not always actually what they seem. Just in one sentence, what would you say is that main message from that clip there?
Yes, indeed. It is. If something is too good to be, or looks too good to be true, then it is most of the time not true. We did this campaign during almost a full day. We posted 5 little videos on the internet, advertising for a dating site, a cream for the skin, other products, but they were very cheap. They were very effective, healthy cigarettes, this kind of stuff. And people believed it. It was strange that so many young people said, oh, this is a great idea, good. But then in the end, this video was shown to demonstrate that it was all fake and that they should be more aware of what is advertised and be more critical about what they see.
So you could have actually used Donald Trump, because for once fake news would have been the right thing to say, wouldn't it? But anyway, leaving aside, let me come to the two gentlemen who are joining us remotely. Let me please come to Rafael Escudero first, and just with the same sort of question, what are you doing? I mean, what do you hear there, this gap between, yeah, I want to feel safe, but ooh, I'm not really doing it, and how you reach, let's talk at national level, how you reach that really broad swathe of very different consumers. And I'm coming to Rafael first. Hello. Yes, good morning.
First of all, let me thank Euroconsumers for the opportunity, the invitation, and the opportunity to participate in this wonderful event. And thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of the Spanish Ministry of Consumer Affairs, Alberto Garzón. About your question, Katrina, this is really a big deal, not only for our department, the Ministry of Consumer Affairs, but also for all the government of Spain. We are really concerned about cybersecurity. Look at as you guys told before, password reuse is unfortunately very common, especially in shopping services. Now, it's a surprising new finding is that shopping services have the highest ratio of reuse passwords. And first of all, this is a call for action. Public authorities are required to act to avoid the problem linked to the gap that you, Katrina, mentioned in your questions, especially because there are fundamental rights in jeopardy. What are we trying to do from the Spanish government and from the Ministry of Consumer Affairs? But the most important thing is to raise awareness about the problem. I think it's important to provide an environment that generates trust and legal certainty to consumers. An environment which allows them, to consumers, to operate in an active and secure way in a digital market. So important after COVID-19. And this environment should be composed of three main lines. First of all, giving out information and training to consumers, bring it to light by creating campaigns or debating like we are doing right now. We have to raise the level of their digital competences. Second, increasing the information, transparency, and accountability about the obligations and responsibilities of each link of the channel, producers and platforms online especially. Security is not only a matter of consumers. And third, guaranteeing the consumer rights by prosecuting those who commit crimes such as hacking accounts and these passwords. Criminal law should be the last resort. But in the case, the penalties could act as a mechanism for repairing and prevent future illegal practices. I would like to remark the necessity to develop these three aspects under an integral perspective. That's the way to recognize that security in the web is not only the responsibility of consumers. Public authorities, we are responsible for ensuring digital rights and the interests of consumers. Okay. Maybe later we will have a couple of minutes. I could explain a pair of main objectives of the plan, the Digital Plan Spain 2025.
You're so good, because I will come to that later, and it is very interesting for us, particularly at national level, to hear exactly. We've got Digital Spain 2025, we can hear more about that, but I found that interesting what you said, because in the first panel that I moderated, we heard there from iFixit about the carrot approach, and you're saying there's both. There's that carrot, there's the responsibility, there's all of that, which is, I'm calling it carrot, and then there's something less than carrot, there's the punishment. You don't do that, you said it's a last resort, but there needs to be something there to enhance consumer trust. But I'll come back to that with you in a moment, just so that I can enable everybody to lay out their stall. I'd like to come to João Torres, Secretary of State for Consumers Defence in Portugal, and say, let me hear from you on what you've heard about this disjunction in consumer knowledge and behaviour. And do you agree with what we heard from Eva? And you've got to target that communication very, very specifically.
So thank you. Thank you for the invitation. It is a great honor for me to participate in this event, and I want to congratulate Euroconsumers. Well, on this first topic, on this first question, let me begin by saying that the events of the last 2 years have indeed brought a radical change in the speed and impact of digital transformation on our society, as COVID-19 has forced the large proportion of the population to stay indoors for long periods of time. This decline in mobility has carried several aspects of our daily lives, such as social contact, transactions and shopping, and even work over into digital channels. Education has become virtual, telecommuting has become the norm for a significant number of economic activities, and businesses' transactions over the internet have increased in complementary ways. In fact, more and more consumers have become and may well continue to be victims of scams, misleading marketing techniques, and fraud when shopping online. And for this reason, the fight against such fraudulent commercial practices, which requires close cooperation between the various businesses, is absolutely essential in our point of view here in Portugal. I strongly believe that it is important to strengthen the role of the consumer in cybersecurity, and I also believe that it is important to develop a vision centered on individuals as the rightful owners of their data. Customers must absolutely be guaranteed their autonomy in sharing data and their power to decide on the use and purpose of the data shared with them or connected to them. I think that it is also important to promote consumer information and awareness campaigns at national and European level in order to strengthen European consumers' knowledge of their rights online, in particular by promoting digital literacy and initiatives specifically targeting the most vulnerable consumers. It is very important to pay attention specifically to the most vulnerable consumers. Moreover, such campaigns should equally consider aspects of cybersecurity and best practices of technology usage. So the space shelter you are launching today, it is a very important, a very good initiative. Okay. Sure, the interchangeability of passwords is also a major issue, but so is the reckless use and handling of credit card information, for instance. In that sense, I believe that consumer information, be it to the elder or to our youth, in due time must address this issue, and we must keep on reinforcing the message in every possible channel.
Thank you. And thank you very much there. And I think, you know, it's important, that word victims of scam, it's a very powerful word, but I mean, we really are talking about victims, are we not? And the most vulnerable consumers also citing the very young, certainly the elderly, I mean, vulnerable in so many different ways. So just while we're waiting for our MEP to join us, I'd like to come back to Eva, because this relationship there that in a way João was talking about, what public authorities, what government does, what the consumer responsibility, the rights. You know, you have a tough job, and let's look at the Belgian national level now. Now, in May of this year, the National Security Council approved the details of the Cyber Security Strategy 2.0. So that sort of forms a framework. There's a very horizontal approach in Belgium to all of these cyber threats and opportunities. So in theory, in practice, that should make this country one of the least vulnerable countries in Europe, and it's a central pillar of the National Plan for Recovery and Resilience that Belgium has already submitted to the Commission. So tell me a little bit about that.
Well, in Belgium, we have very many companies. We have about 1 million companies, but 90% of those are small companies. And of course, the SME companies. And of course, these companies, they do not possess internally of the people and the competences to address cybersecurity as such. And this is something we want to address in this security plan. We will address 97, sorry,
That's
million.
even more impressive. 97.
Million euros of the European Fund for Resilience and Recovery on cybersecurity, mainly on two areas. On the one hand, we want to enhance and secure the digitalization in order to have the full potential out of the digital economy, and we want to also protect our authorities as a target. So we will use these budgets on the one hand to help the self-employed, the small SMEs, to become more resilient against cyber crime. So we will have personalized information for them. We will do cyber scans of the companies. We will offer free software or organize this purchased this group purchases of information, and we will also share best practices, etc. So this is really to enable the smaller companies also to address cybersecurities. BGuard will be used as a warning system, an early warning system, that as soon as our National Center for Cybersecurity notices that a company is attacked, that an early warning will appear.
Okay.
And there will be also a validation website on which all companies and organizations can register themselves so that the Belgian customer can look if this is really an authentic website.
Okay.
And then it is not just companies and customers that are that can have possible threats on the internet, but also, of course, our authorities. And therefore, part of this plan will also be that we invest in the cybersecurity protection of our defense force, of
utilities,
yes, all of that,
energy,
police,
power.
This kind of areas need to also be secured and reinforced against cybersecurity. So this is in a nutshell.
But you're brilliant, and you're fantastic. Thank you. Because did I not grill you before this panel about everything has to be in a nutshell? Yeah. So thank you. I know there's so much more to say, but so much going on. And I'd like to go back to Spain, if I may, because Rafael, so much going on in Spain. You mentioned it yourself, Digital Spain 2025, which is promoting the transformation of Spain digitally as a real essential lever for economic growth, reducing inequality, harnessing all sorts of opportunities, but critically also, of course, protecting the rights of individuals and groups. Now, you talked about the importance of consumers being trained. Do you want to say a couple more words? Because it's so useful to hear some best practices from the different member states. Over to you. If you're still with us, Rafael. Oh, you are. Good. Oh, sorry, Rafael.
Thank you. Sorry, Katrina, I didn't...
No problem. I'm just going to introduce for the audience the lovely Brando, who I will come to after I've come. Oh, he's disappeared. So please carry on, Rafael. Okay.
No, saying that I couldn't hear.
I'm here. Hi.
Hi, Brando.
He couldn't hear. Try again.
I think we have some technical problems.
I was just asking you to unpack in 2 minutes a little bit more of the highlights of Digital Spain 2025, which is what you said you could bring to the table. Thank you.
Thank you, Katrina. Okay, this is a huge plan. This is really important for the Spain for the next years, and especially for cybersecurity. I would just underline three points or three objectives of the plan. First of all, the first key objectives of the plan is to contribute to the elimination of social and territorial gaps in all the matters. It means providing not only digital infrastructure to the entire population, but also providing education, formation, and training, especially to elder people, especially to vulnerable consumers, young people, and other groups. The objective is that in 2025, the 80% of the entire population have basic digital competencies. Second, the plan tries to develop a digital rights charter. It is a document, the digital rights charter, it is a document with a great political value because it expresses the commitment of the Spanish government with the protection of consumers. It's a programmatic document, that designs ways to act and reinforce. And third, to reinforce the security of the entire system. And this is important. The objective is that in 2025, that should be 20,000 personal experts in guaranteeing the cybersecurity. These are the three main lines.
Mi chiami Antonio un attimo.
Sorry, we were
Thank
just
you.
here. No, that was great. We just heard some interference at the end. And just because I do quite a lot of work with ENISA and the EU Cybersecurity Agency, and you were talking there about experts, can it be challenging to get people with the right profiles to come into what is such a critical area? And I could also, and I will come again then to João, is that difficult? And I could ask the same thing for Ava if you have any stats on that. Getting the people with the right skills into such a fast evolving area, such as cybersecurity. What's the situation in Spain there? Rafael. You may not have heard me.
Not in Spain, but in Portugal, I guess.
Sorry. Yeah, no, both. I mean, I'm coming to both, but Portugal, please start. Absolutely.
Okay, thank you very much. So I would like to give you some figures which I think are relevant to the discussion we are having. And I will focus in the Portuguese situation. So in Portugal, the number of incidents registered in the first half of 2020 increased significantly compared to the same period of the last year. The contribution of phishing to this increase is highlighted. In the context of online commerce in Portugal, some figures show that the habit of shopping online faces some behavioral barriers, even in the context of a pandemic. According to some recent data from the year of 2019, 54% of citizens in Portugal were concerned about sharing personal data, compared to 46% for the European average. On the other hand, 23% of Portuguese are reluctant to make online purchases because they are worried about payment security compared to 6% in the European Union average. I think that awareness-raising measures and, above all, positive behavioral changes are therefore fundamental points for promoting cyber resilience. The Portuguese government, here in Portugal, we are committed to creating the conditions to minimize the impact of these cyber threats, and it is impossible to eliminate them. We are also focused on boosting the confidence of everyone, both consumers and businesses, in using the internet as a space of opportunities, and also to facilitate the building of relationships that bring significant time, productivity and profitability gains. We have defined the national strategy for cyberspace, and we are developing it. And this strategy is complemented by the provision of free training to citizens and the definition of cybersecurity practices at the level of the public administration. We think that it is also important to digitize the state itself, because this contributes to the right direction, to create conditions for a climate of greater consumer confidence and an increase in knowledge for the use of internet in their lives and also in businesses.
Okay,
I also think, on the other hand, the application, monitoring and review of cybersecurity measures in organizations is equally important to ensure the best and most appropriate techniques to mitigate the risks arising from the introduction of new technologies. This requires, I would say, a holistic view of cybersecurity with a focus on the supply chain and requiring the best possible level of security from business partners to control vulnerabilities arising from the process associated with the purchase of products and services online. We also have adopted in Portugal, in April 2020, the action plan for the digital transition in 3 main areas of action: empowerment and inclusion, digital transformation of the business structure, and the digitization of the state, as I've mentioned before. I think that cooperation is key because we live in a single market, in a more and more global economy, and since we live in a single market at the European level, it is therefore absolutely important that European Union member states cooperate more and more in order to protect consumers. And I think that the work the Commission is doing the European Commission is doing is very, very important. And we must invest more in cooperation in order to better protect consumers and also
I
businesses.
need to ask you to round off. I'm so sorry, and it's the worst bit of my job. Forgive me, João, only because I'm not sure if Brando is going to pop back in. So that's the only reason I am being so strict there.
I'm here.
And I was going to come to Spain to ask about, cybersecurity personnel, but I'm going to leave that at the moment. Let me hear from Brando, Eva, and then I will come back to you. So, hello. So delightful that you're with us. I have a couple of questions. Let me just put them to Brando, and everybody else can please be in listening mode. We were just talking at the start, Brando. You might not have caught it. Now, of course, European Parliament, absolutely the voice of European citizens. And we were saying, listen, there's this survey that Google did that we're not protecting ourselves in the way that we could online. We use the same security to get in, the same pass. We don't do what we should, and yet we want to be protected. How do we fill that sort of disjunction? How do we fix that disjunction? And we were talking about awareness raising, and I don't know whether you want to put your two penneth there about the importance of reaching different types of vulnerable consumers.
Okay, I was hearing perfectly from my friend João Torres that I also salute. I was losing a few words from you instead, but I think I understood the question. So thank you. I hope you are hearing me.
Yes.
Thank you for this question. The importance of a secure online environment is emerging more and more as a necessity for consumers, as many surveys show, not only in Europe, but also in the US, for example. Indeed, the more complex threats and risks are, the less equipped consumers are to recognize them and act upon them, even at the most basic level. Changing passwords or updating softwares, as you say. I think, however, that the whole responsibility of a secure experience should not be left entirely on consumers. It is absolutely important that we do awareness campaigns, and I welcome initiatives like the Space Shelter game. I always appreciate a lot the idea of a gamification and of educational roles of games. I think they can be very important. But they should be part of an overall strategy that includes projects at EU level, exchange of best practices among the member states, etc. This also has to include a reflection on digital literacy that is now clearly necessary to be able to safely navigate the internet. And also, it's not only lacking among the elderly, but also in young people. Often we just rely on the fact that they should be digital natives, but this is not really automatically granting understanding of all implications of the digital technologies.
Sure.
So this needs to be an overall long-term action to be undertaken at EU level if we really want the digital transition to leave nobody behind. And of course, on the supply side, we must complete the work to make sure in Europe these risks are minimized as much as possible. For example, and I conclude on this, we need sound legislation. So NIS2, Cybersecurity Act, Radio Equipment Directive, the AI Act, of which I'm the rapporteur. So I will be working on that in first person, as well as, let me conclude on this, as well as robust enforcement, because we know that sometimes we have good regulation, but we don't have effective enforcement. So this is how I see on this point. Thank you.
Thank you. No, and the only reason I butted in is because your sound is coming in and out. I'm going to come to my three other speakers, but in case we lose you, Brando, one quick follow-up question, and if I can, I'll come to you again, just for a lovely nutshell answer. You talked there about the European Cybersecurity Act, NIS2. You know, just, you know that Euroconsumers did this hackable home project. So they were really testing the securability, the reliability of connected home devices. People can be very scared about that. There are a lot of vulnerabilities discovered. I would be very scared about that, having that in my home. So I think the important question is to say, you know, at EU level, are you confident that enough is being done? Will the European Cybersecurity Act address some really identified security shortcomings of connected devices? And hopefully stay near the microphone for a lovely short answer. Thank you.
Well, yes, I hope you can hear me. Yes, I think there is some issue with the connection, but I will try to be brief and clear. The other side of the problem is for sure the connected and smart devices and the Internet of Things in general. These emerging and really worrying vulnerabilities definitely need to be addressed in EU legislation. Myself, I'm now working on the Parliament's report on the implementation of the Toy Safety Directive. And we notice a consensus among political groups on the need to tackle security and privacy aspects of connected toys that are creating new vulnerabilities for our children. This is why we call on the Commission to seriously address these aspects that are currently missing in the directive and rather delegated to the Radio Equipment Directive, but still to an insufficient degree. As rapporteur on the Artificial Intelligence Act, I think the consumer protection aspects of the regulation should be strengthened. And of course, the cybersecurity requirements should not only apply to high-risk applications, as we are seeing today how scams, phishing, or identity theft can easily occur during the use of low-risk systems, or how easy it is to hack AI-embedded connected products.
I need you to
so
round
I believe
off,
that the new consumer
Brando.
agenda is a good initiative by the Commission, acknowledging we need to do much more to tackle the new challenges facing consumers in the digital world. I hope you could hear what I was saying.
It was just
it was
coming in and out. That's why I was butting in, and that's the challenge always for a moderator in these situations. But thank you. I'm going to come now because you gave us a nice segue because you talked about identity theft there. So Eva, if I can come to you, two questions. You can say a moment, because I'm hanging on. Do we have the right people? Do we have enough people with the right skills to move into cybersecurity? Because it's happening. Everything is changing fast. And second, there are some serious numbers on identity theft cases. I mean, almost, I think, a doubling in the States from 2019 to 2020, according to a blog post by the Federal Trade Commission. So do you think some of the big players, and we had a big player here opening this panel, do you think they should be doing more to prevent these kinds of illegal activities?
Okay, I'll try to be short on the answers on both questions. So as for the people, if we have enough people, this is of course a problem. I mean, we know in Europe that we have to really invest in already the education at university level or high school level to steer people in these directions, these study choices, because indeed this is the future and we really need people with the right skills. I see that companies are also investing in their workforce to increase the knowledge and the skills within their workforce. And so, yes, we do have people, but we should continue to invest because on the other hand, the ones who are doing all these scams, the criminals on the internet, they, of course, they are also evolving all the time. So we need to speed up, I think, on a European level, the education in these subjects. As for the big players, yes, I do think they are aware. I think during recent years, they became more and more aware of their role, and I see and experience from my own experience that they are putting effort. I can give you a very clear example. We have a problem, or we had a problem in Belgium with the rogue locksmiths. And they were advertising heavily on the internet, so they occurred completely on the top of the list of the search engine. Right. So we contacted, it was Google in this instance, and so we contacted Google and we asked them if they could do something about it, and we cooperated very well together. They blocked for a while all advertisements on locksmiths. Then we developed a system to distinguish between the bona fide, the good locksmiths, the ones that are operated correctly, and the ones that are not. And so now the good ones can start advertising again, and there is no possibility anymore for the crooks to do so.
I love
So
that word, crooks. That's a great word. But you studied in the UK, didn't
Yes,
you?
I
So
did.
there it came out, the crooks.
Yeah.
Okay.
So there, I think this kind of cooperation is really extremely important. But of course, it's not just the big players. It's also an important role for the consumers themselves. That's why we need to educate the young people, the old ones. I mentioned the video we did. We also go to schools now with the program to explain the phishing, affiliate marketing, which is the theft of idea, because this is the system in which it occurs to be some kind of a competition or anything. They ask you for your contact details and they sell it on to companies that can use it in wrong ways as well. So the education is very important. Big players have a role, consumers have a role, legislators have a role, providers. So I think it's a shared responsibility, and all of them have to be aware of the threats of the internet, because if one is really secure, then they will, of course, look for the weakest link, and they will attack in that way.
Absolutely. Thank you. And I'm glad, because I would have asked you, you are actually physically going into schools. So we've talked about awareness-raising campaigns, the right tool for the right person. You are physically going there. Just, I'm going to turn back for a couple of last words from Portugal and from Spain, and then I'm going to bring back our opening speakers. But one quick thing, we did hear, I believe, I hope I'm quoting correctly, from Spain there, from Rafael, we did hear, he said, you know, at some point, as a last resort, well, then it's kind of right, the stick, not the carrot. Does that resonate with you?
Yes, of course, this is true, but with all legislation, of course, we have to keep up all the time with new developments. So legislation is good, but the legislation has to develop all the time, and I'm happy to see that also at European level, they are developing a whole system of rules, directives that we can implement then in our countries, but we need to continually follow what is happening on the internet, and it's difficult to always be there with the right legislation. So yes, it's necessary legislation, but I think we have to also focus a lot on this awareness rising, as we mentioned before.
Okay, thank you. As an ability to keep step with everything that's changing so fast, and sometimes legislation itself cannot keep up.
That's what
absolutely. Thank you so much. So if I still have Rafael and João with me, just as a last word, because I am, as you see, cracking the whip, and forgive me for that. Just in Spain, anything that you needed to say, if you had one message. So you've said what you're doing. You've explained a lot of very positive things instead of training in terms of digital literacy, in terms of awareness. If you had one message, might I ask you, Rafael, for a consumer in one sentence, and one for industry, because you're all part of this ecosystem, what would the message be for each in terms of keeping safe online?
Hi, thank you.
Hello.
Thank you.
I hope you caught what I said. It needs to be a sentence for each.
In one sentence, I would remark that big players have to play a more active role, but not just following public authorities' recommendations or regulations, but actively working to prevent such illegal activities as theft, identity, or so on. And it must be a common purpose to create an environment where all consumers, authorities, and all the links of the channels, we can be safe. And thank you for the opportunity to participate in the debate.
Thank you very, very much. And thank you also for being in what I call listening mode, because I've been around, that's one that the Commission has. And if I might turn to João Torres in Portugal, if you had a last message for either industry or the consumer, and how to make that, we heard about the don't work in silos, what would that message be?
So thank you for the invitation once again. And to be brief, I will say that it is absolutely fundamental that we work more and more together. Governments, authorities, consumers, and companies. I must say that every day I talk with businesses, with companies, and I feel they are absolutely available to work together and to do more. But I think that we all must do more. And to better coordinate projects, practices, and initiatives in order to promote the consumers' confidence in cyberspace. So I think the initiative you are launching today is a very good example. And as I've mentioned before, I think that cooperation is a key message, because in a single market and in a global market, but mainly in in the European Union, it is absolutely fundamental tool that we work more and together in order to protect our consumers. When we protect consumers, we also foster competition and social and economic development of our European Union. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. And social and economic development and productivity and well-being and taking up all those opportunities of the digital age that we also heard from Spain there. So I need to round off, if I may. Eva, you've been absolutely delightful. And again, I say, I know you couldn't say the half of what you wanted, but what you did say was beautifully concise and comprehensive. And I'd like to also thank our lovely gentlemen who joined us online. So we heard from Italy there, we heard from Portugal, we heard from Spain, and here, of course, in the studio, we heard from Belgium. And that's exactly what we wanted to bring to you. So I'm going to release all of those lovely panelists, and just momentarily, for a heartbeat, I'm going to invite back Google, and I'm going to invite back Marco Scialdone from Euroconsumers. So Karen Massin from Google and Marco are going to step in after this little break. There we go, look at that, all changed. Suddenly people gone out, I waved my magic wand and I've got new people back in with me. So I'm going to turn actually to Karen Massin from Google first, because I was very interested. Right at the beginning, Marco had talked about, you know, no relationship is perfect. It's about responsibility, not perfection. And there, of course, if I turn to Karen now, I asked that question, are the big players doing what they should? And it was interesting, I think, the answers. Well, you know, you heard a call there, big players should do more, but you also heard from Eva there in Belgium, well, we had this relationship with Google, and actually, this is how productive we found that to be when we called something out. So what did you hear?
Well, I was very glad actually to have that, to listen to that panel discussion, because I think that's exactly what you're saying. We need a dialogue and we need to work together, you know, with the government, but also with civil society. And this is why actually I'm glad we're working with Euroconsumers, and we can actually develop projects across Europe, but also across the world, because, you know, the challenges of safety are actually, you know, worldwide challenges. And I think, you know, it's important that we rely on the expertise basically of different stakeholders, and also that we find innovative solutions, because I go back to what we're saying about educating, you know, the users. And I think, you know, tools like the Space Shelter we've created actually is a fun way to do it. And I think there is no age to have fun. And this is why actually I will turn to the audience, and I will say it's very important you actually use the game, you spread it. I have to say I did it, and I realized that not only I should tell my kids to actually, you know, to explain them, but I should save some of my passwords, which are a bit older. So I think it applies to everybody.
Wow.
Thank you very much.
You heard it there first, you know, we heard it there first from Google. I've got to change my passwords. So very interesting. Thank you so very much, and also for pushing people, because this panel is for the purpose of launching that initiative. And we did hear very much there on the panel, of course, that, you know, everybody of all age groups need to be informed, because there are a lot of very vulnerable people out there.
Absolutely.
And there's a disjunction, is there not, between what people sort of know and say they want to be safe and then what they actually do. Just in the last, I think we have just a minute and a half. What would you like to say? And is there going to be a follow-up to this?
Yeah, because we ask ourselves how can we amplify the message, how we can reach a broader audience, especially within the millennials. And we found two different ways. The first one is that we involved very important YouTubers to spread the message. These are incredible. They have a follower for 3 or 4 million people, so they will amplify the message. And the second one is organize webinars with the NGOs, with our partners in this initiative, which is TechSoup. And I think that you will announce a special video from them right now.
Indeed, indeed. So thank you so very much for that. And indeed, from TechSoup, we have a lovely clip. They are an NGO, so they are going to help spread, aren't they, this space shelter. And we're going to see a clip. But before we do, don't play the clip. I want to thank very much both of my guests who are here in the studio with me. Thank you for coming back right at the end. And thank you to our lovely panelists who were chatting with me. So now, on that note, it would be great if we could see this TechSoup clip. Let's hear a little bit more about it.
Hello everyone, very glad to virtually meeting you. This is Emma, and on behalf of the Text of Italy team and its partners in Portugal, Belgium and Spain, let me share that we are very excited to be on board of this initiative. Thanks to Google and Euroconsumers, we will be able to host 3 free webinars dedicated to no-profits organizations. This series of webinars will be focused on 3 main topics: account privacy and security, phishing and cyberscam. In each session there will be the chance to discuss about the topic with panelists, policymakers and institutions, and also to be trained and to get the digital skills to become more confident about privacy and security. We truly believe that a more tech-aware and digitally mature no-profit sector in our countries will be beneficial for our communities at any level. So find out more about the agendas, the panelists and the timeline of the webinars on the dedicated landing page. Spread the voice, sign up, and I'll see you soon online. Thank you very much.
And now to all of you lovely audience still with us, thank you first of all, because in 15 minutes we are going to go into the award ceremony. We really are going to finally find out who the winners are, but of course who the finalists are. Don't go away or grab a cup of coffee or a gin and tonic, I don't mind. But you can catch a couple more clips in this break. We've got something interesting on electrification, on electric vehicles, and also on the EU energy label. So that's to entertain you. See you back here very, very shortly at 1:45 CEST for those brilliant awards.
The best way to use an electric car is to charge it for long periods when parked. However, it's not always cheap or possible to install charging points in places such as condominiums. Companies rarely have policies to encourage staff to come by electric car and charge it at work. For many, the only option is to use the public network. There is no standard policy to promote the installation of private charging stations in existing and new buildings. One solution could be access to public funding for old building owners to install private or shared chargers. The best incentives for electric mobility are to support the private charger network and free up the public network for long trips, occasional needs, and consumers with no other solution, ensuring and simplifying the installation of private slow charging points. In the public network, the main concern is the time needed to recharge. This cannot take long or be a waste of time. Regular chargers take from 2 to 6 times longer to charge than a fast charger. There are very few fast chargers. No more than 7% of chargers provide 42 kilowatts. It's a tiny number, and most of them are on motorways. There needs to be many more fast chargers in towns and cities to ensure a higher turnover of users. One fast charger, 42 kilowatts, can represent 2 to 3 regular chargers, 11 kilowatts, taking into account simultaneous charging needs. We believe there should be fewer slow chargers. Cities have to start installing and converting the public network to chargers with more than 22 kilowatts and create fast and ultra-fast charger points. Long journeys require reliable networks in terms of availability and speed. We expected to find service stations with fast chargers on all motorways and main roads, but we came across very different and dramatic scenarios. For example, in Italy, not all service areas had charging stations. We were forced to leave the motorway to find the nearest station, but there was always some uncertainty. On motorways in Portugal, a reasonable number of service areas already have fast chargers, but there is usually only one charging point. The main highways and motorways should be equipped with fast and ultra-fast chargers at all service stations. All new stations should be above 50 kilowatts or even 150 kilowatts. Each charging station should have enough charging points for the number of vehicles they expect there and always provide more than a single point. On leaving the main routes and entering the secondary roads, we discovered exceptionally few chargers. In some cases, we only found one charger in the main towns. Given the chance of it being in use or broken down, the next charging point may be a long way away in the next main town. In some areas, that can be more than 100 kilometers. This is the average range of a small electric car. In Spain, we faced the worst-case scenario. In the northern hinterland, you may have to drive 170 kilometers to find a charging station. In Italy, between Florence and Rome, it was 120 kilometers between chargers. The availability of charging stations in densely populated areas is in stark contrast to the hinterland. But nothing justifies a total lack of charging points. Consumers demand a national network in all regions, however distant and isolated they may be. No region can be left out of electric mobility, and it is unacceptable that you can go more than 50 kilometers on roads outside cities without finding a charger. Except for Portugal, countries don't guarantee interoperability between charging stations, apart from occasional agreements. Consumers must be able to use the entire network, regardless of the brand, using just one energy supplier card. Unfortunately, in practice, consumers are forced to contract 2, 3, or even more energy suppliers to ensure that they can use the next station. Portugal could serve as an excellent example with a universal payment system. The state-owned Mobi.e covers all service station providers and operators. Consumers can contract the provider they like and use the same mobility card at all stations. Payment should be practical in each country and across Europe. Public stations should also provide the possibility to pay by debit and credit card. No country lets you charge your car without having a contract with the provider or application with registration and credit card. Occasional users, such as tourists, or if you forget your mobile phone or card, require payment in the usual methods, with a credit or debit card, cash or a prepaid card. Making occasional payment easier is the very least they could do. Drivers never know how much the charge will cost them. The price includes the electricity and different charger tariffs depending on time or power. The final price and conditions are not clear. Clear information about the price of energy and the tariffs must be guaranteed. There is a lack of regulation and standardization of the criteria for tariffs and extra charges. Apps can improve the experience. We used support apps in all countries that showed a map of the charger stations, but not everything went smoothly. It was never easy to find the charger marked on the map in Portugal and Belgium, or know whether it was working before you got there. In countries with app payments, the system does not always work. In Belgium and Italy, we had to call the operator to have the connection approved and start charging. Apps are a great tool, making charging more accessible and helping you plan your trip. A common data communication protocol should be created among all charging stations. Only then will apps provide reliable data such as exact location, availability, operation, price, and online booking about all operators. For as long as these basic requirements are not met, electric mobility will not smile on everyone's face.
The EU energy label is changing. The new label provides a clear indication of the energy efficiency of a product at the time of purchase, and thereby enabling energy-efficient choices easier. The current scale of the label, going from A++ to G, is being rearranged into a new simpler scale, from A, most efficient, to G, least efficient, making it easier for everyone to understand and compare products. During 2021, 5 product groups of appliances will be relabeled: refrigerators, dishwashers, washing machines and washer-dryers, electronic displays and lamps. The new label, depending on the product, will display electric consumption, and unlike the old one, also other useful energy and non-energy information through intuitive pictograms, and a new innovative element, a QR code. The EU energy label has been around since 1992. As technology has changed and improved significantly meanwhile, it is time for an update. 5 types of products will have a new, revised, and updated energy label: refrigerators, including wine storage appliances, dishwashers, washing machines and washer-dryers, electronic displays, counting TVs and monitors, and lighting sources. The new labeling will be applied on 4 groups of appliances starting from the 1st of March 2021, while LED lights will be in full force by the 1st of September 2021. The new label is easy to read and understand for consumers, thanks to an intuitive graphic, the use of colors, and a QR code containing useful additional information about the product.
So, animation, then I say the 3 finalists, and then I say, tell me about it.
Put on a poncho, played for mosquitoes, and drank till I was thirsty again. We went searching through thrift store jungles, found Geronimo's rifle, Marilyn shampoo, and Benny Goodman's corset pants. Well, okay, I made this up. I promised you I'd never give up. If it makes you happy, it can't be that bad. If it makes you happy, then why the hell are you so sad? You get down real low down. You listen to Coltrane, derail your own train. Well, who hasn't been there before? I come around the hard way. Bring you comics in bed, scrape the mold off the bread, and serve you French toast again. Well, okay, I still get stoned. I'm not the kind of girl you take home. If it makes you happy, it can't be that bad. If it makes you happy, then why the hell are you so sad? We've been far, far away from here. Put on a poncho, played for mosquitoes, and everywhere in between. Well, okay, we get along. So what if right now everything's wrong? If it makes you happy, it can't be that bad. If it makes you happy, then why the hell are you so sad? If it makes you happy, it can't be that bad. So sad. Did it for 180, crazy. by the way I was? Did the heartbreak change me, baby? But look at where I ended up. I'm all good already, so moved on, it's scary. I'm not where you left me at all. So if you don't wanna see me dancing with somebody,
A warm welcome back, or perhaps even for the very first time, to this sparkling last part of the BEXT Euroconsumers Brands Award. And of course, we're at the ceremony itself. I am personally very excited and want to do a small yay, so I've just done it. I think we've got a little bumper so that you know exactly where we are in our programme today. So a little bit of information for you watching at home or from your offices. We have 5 categories and 9 subcategories. The categories are quality, value for money, eco-friendly, reliability, and of course, quality over time. Now, I'm not the big expert in all of this, sadly, but I do have an expert who is on stage with me. And so I'd like to give a very, very warm welcome to the Euroconsumers Manager for Testing and Research, Michele Cavourti. And he is here, so it's so delightful. And in fact, you've been kind enough to let me do this job with you, because you've been doing the awards before, I think, on your own. So
last year.
Yeah, last year.
We was in Milan last year.
Yeah, well, do you know what? I'd like to be in Milan now, but you know, that's the whole, who wouldn't want to be in Milan now? Come on, let's be honest. So a couple of words, if I may, with you at the start, before we really do put the audience out of their misery and announce the winners.
Sure.
In a nutshell, my favorite word of this whole event, what are these awards about?
Yes. So let me say that Euroconsumer have really the mission to promote better products in the market. And to do that, we perform tests, comparative tests, both for informing consumer, but also for supporting the company. And actually, we are very proud to be at the 3rd edition of this BEXT Award, because it's a way to recognize the commitment of the company in creating more, having product with more quality, affordability, and sustainability. So that's, for us, is very important.
And it's very complex, as I said. I mean, so much work goes into this, and you're going to give us some insights into quite how much work goes into the testing in the course of this. A couple of words on how the finalists and the winners get chosen.
Yeah, that's very important, because in Euroconsumer, we have a team of experts, engineers, physicians, market analysts, data scientists, that every year perform hundreds of tests using the most qualified European laboratories. And what we did, we aggregated the results of these comparative tests, and we used it for defining the award, 3,000 tests performed on products, and also the experience that 88,000 consumers shared with us, and that is a very, very important from our perspective. And we use this massive information to define which are the finalists and the winner. And I want just to add a small thing about the name of BEXT, because you see the X is very in evidence, just because we want to highlight that we use our expertise, but also the experience of the consumers.
Okay, thank you very much for that. I like that. And we've heard throughout the course of this event about an international dimension. So can you just clarify, I think, also for our audience, these finalists, are they present just at national level, or are they present more widely?
As you know, Euroconsumer is an international organization present in 5 countries, and we also collaborate with the main consumer organization in Europe just for performing tests. And thanks to this collaboration, we are able to have a real large market coverage on the international brand. And the BEXT, the purpose of the BEXT is to focus the international brands.
Okay, okay. Now I'm going to ask you, without giving any spoiler, so no spoilers, because I actually don't know who the winners are myself. Just one or two insights into this year's finalists. What's new in this third edition?
So one thing that I like to share is that fortunately we saw in our testing this year that the attention of the company on the dimension of the eco-friendly is increasing, and in particular in detergents. And we will share later more detail. And another thing that performing our regular test on the quality of products, we discovered that there was some model that was able to remain in the top ranking of our quality for a long time, for several months. So we decided this year to introduce a new award that is the last one that we will see is the quality over the time.
Okay.
And there are other insights that we will discover during our path across the 9 categories.
Absolutely. So I don't think we can move into the actual announcing of finalists and winners until you show the trophy. Yes. I feel I'm going to do a drum roll because there is no actual drum roll. There we go. Okay. So hopefully everybody in our audience can catch that. There it is, beautiful close-up of that trophy. Yeah. You cannot miss that wherever you put it, can you? Yeah. So whoever the winners are, you ain't going to miss that, and you're going to have to put it somewhere very prominent. So are we ready to dive into the ceremony, Michele? Sure. Are we there? Go. Are you excited? That means we need to go off with our first category, and the first category is quality. Now this one has 2 subcategories. You can see them there on screen, high-tech and large household appliances, and we'll deal with those separately. I'd like to call upon a second animation now, because we're going to find out who the 3 finalists are in that first subcategory, which is high-tech. The BEXT Award for Quality Performance in High-Tech Devices, Apple, Samsung or Huawei. So let's have a look. Now in just a moment we're going to get a few insights from Michele, but there you have our finalists. So tell me just a snippet about that category.
So here we are awarding the best quality performance on high-tech devices, considering smartphone and wearable devices.
Okay.
I like to underline that the test on smartphone is involving 25 national consumer organizations across the world, not just in Europe, but also US, New Zealand, and even Hong Kong are consumer organizations participating to this big and large test. And we can really say that is the most relevant comparative test that has ever been done for consumer goods.
Okay, very, very impressive. I think that is a good...
So it's very important to discover who...
It is very important to discover. I'm super excited because I don't know. So can we please announce who the winner is, please? Let's have a look. The winner for quality in high-tech devices is, and there's that little drum roll, Apple, et voila. So, huge congratulations to Apple. Now, as far as I know, Apple can't be with us to accept that trophy, but it doesn't matter. We wish them huge congratulations. And of course, very important to say, that trophy will make its way to you. So start thinking about a place to put it, a very prominent place. But congratulations there, because those are some big, big market actors. We are so beautifully seamless here. We're going to move straight into the second subcategory, and that, of course, is, well, large household appliances. So could we see, please, who the finalists are? The BEXT Award for Quality Performance in Large Household Appliances. We've got Miele, we've got Siemens, and we've got Bosch. So I think everybody knows those brands very, very well, and doubtless has one or other in their households. Who knows? I certainly do. Tell us more.
Yeah. So in this category, we consider, again, the best performance in quality, considering 3 types of products: washing machine, tumble dryers, and dishwashers.
Right.
So consumers are very interested to the test on household appliances because, as you know, are quite expensive products.
Yeah.
And in defining how to test the products, we also always start from the what is relevant for the consumer.
Okay.
And once that we identified the parameter relevant for them, we measure it in a rigorous and scientific way using, as I said, the most qualified laboratory. So that is our rigorous approach that we apply on all the tests.
I bet you're very good at your job, aren't you, Michele? I love it because you're just
It's
so
not me.
enthusiastic.
There
Well,
is a
you have a
team.
team. You have a team. It is very, very true. You could have claimed everything for yourself. And you said they're important because these are expensive products. But I would say, knowing when I have to buy any of those products, there's also so much out there. You need some help as a consumer to make the right and informed choices. So on that note, shall we find out who the winner is? I think so. I'm going to again ask for the winner to please be announced in this category. The winner of quality performance in large household appliances is Miele. So, huge congratulations. Now, I think we do have a winner who can join us. That would be fantastic if we can patch that person in remotely. There, hello, welcome, a very warm welcome. I'm so sorry, I didn't introduce you by name. Please tell me your name.
Hi, I'm Celine van den Rijn. I head up the Belgian marketing team at Miele.
And I can give you a glorious Gwyneth Paltrow Oscar-winning moment to say something to our audience, just for a minute. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. So, on behalf of the entire Miele team, I really want to thank Euroconsumers for this award. It's great to see that Miele's excellence has been rewarded once again. Really, for us, quality is at the core of everything we do on a day-to-day basis. It's really an expression of more than 120 years of Miele's craftsmanship and innovation. Miele's products have always been known for their unbeatable quality, but that doesn't happen by accident. We have a lot of colleagues who are working on a day-to-day basis on our innovation approach, but also our unique testing processes. We summarize that in a couple of words at Miele: always better or immer besser. Thank you.
I love that. Always better, immer besser. And also, wow, 120 years, something I didn't know. So if you have been innovating for 120 years, that's impressive. And goodness knows this is a testing time for those big brands to deliver on everything that we've been discussing in this event today. So I send you huge congratulations from both of us here in the studio, and the trophy will be on its way to you pronto. Let's move into the second of the 5 categories now. And as a reminder, that one is value for money. 2 subcategories again, the same 2, high-tech and large household appliances. And we'll look at those 2 subcategories separately, starting with high-tech. So I'd like to ask again for a second animation, because it will be good for you to see who our finalists are in that subcategory. The BEXT Award for Value for Money in High-Tech Devices. A little bit more from Michele in just a moment on that particular category. But again, 3 big players there. So tell us more. How was this kind of testing? What were you looking for?
Yes, because here in this category, we assess the ratio quality-price, combining the quality that we measure in our lab with the price of appliances and devices,
okay,
but the price they have in the first 3 months they are launched in the market.
Right.
So is in the, let me say, in the beginning phase of the cycle of life in the market.
Okay.
And for high-tech devices, we always consider as for quality, smartphone and wearables. And okay, now we have discovered what happened under this new perspective when the price start to play a role.
Yeah. Absolutely. Okay, thank you very much for that, for those insights. I'd like to now ask for the winner to be announced, please. The winner, value for money in high-tech devices, drumroll, 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 is Xiaomi. Huge congratulations. And again, I think, which is brilliant, we can actually have our winner join us remotely just to say a few words. Let's just see if we've got a remote connection there. We have. Congratulate. I love that. Raised eyebrows and a deep breath there from you. So over to you, please.
Thank you. I'm Davide Leonardelli, the head of marketing of Xiaomi Italy. And it's really an honor to receive this award because the original spirit of the company, really. As many of you know, our mission is to bring innovation for everyone, and not just any kind of innovation or the most affordable one, but the very best of it, as we are constantly reminded by our research and development department. But what makes us actually different here, and the reason why we ultimately will always do this, no matter what, is that it lies in our vision, which is to be friends with our users. And of course, you always want the best for your users, which in this specific case is to deliver the best of technology, because that makes their lives much, much better at the most competitive prices, because, well, you can make as many friends as possible that way. That is never going to change for us, and that is why we consider ourselves different. Thank you.
That's great. I love that, to be friends with your users, and so much work, I think, goes into that, because users change their thoughts, their opinions, they get more informed along the way, so a hell of a task there to remain very good friends with your users. Congratulations. Don't forget, I promise you, the trophy really is coming to you, so think about where you're going to put it. We're going to move into the second subcategory now, and that second subcategory is, of course, large household appliances, and it would be good to see again who the finalists in this subcategory are. Let's see. BEXT Award for Value for Money in Large Household Appliances, Electrolux, Bosch, or Beko? So who's it going to be? Again, names that I know that you all know, and I'm going to now turn to the lovely gentleman on my right and tell him to give me just a little bit of an insight into what Euroconsumers was looking for.
Yes, in that case, we also analyze the best quality for money, considering three types of products: washing machine, again, tumble dryers, and dishwasher. We just celebrate that the winner on quality was Miele, but considering the price, we have new finalists, as we saw. So things change.
Okay, so now I'm all like, okay, now I'm curious. So curious that I have to ask, please, for the winner to be announced. Thank you. The winner, again, value for money in large household appliances, is Electrolux. So there we go. Well done. Big well done to Electrolux. That's a brand I know so well, gosh, way back from my childhood. So I would like to, I hope we've got the winner online. It would be lovely to hear from Electrolux. There you are. Please do say who you are, and let me give you just a minute to share your joy.
My name is Manuela Soffientini. I'm the head of Cluster Italy. I'm very honored and proud to receive this recognition from Euroconsumers on behalf of Electrolux. And our purpose, as you know, is shape living for the better for our consumers. And we work every day to create a desirable solution for each one of them. So this award is confirming us that we are on the right path, and is both an honor and also an incentive for the future. And we will do everything to return our consumer trust in our products with passion, quality, and sustainable solution. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I love that passion in there, absolutely. Alongside the quality and sustainable solutions, if you don't have the passion, well, you're not going to be able to deliver that living for the better. So huge congratulations. And again, a reminder, think about where you're going to put that trophy, because it will be with you very, very shortly. So where are we at? Ladies and gentlemen, we are at the third of the 5 categories, and the third is eco-friendly. Here we are, eco-friendly category. We've actually got 3 subcategories: home detergents, car tyres, and large household appliances. So you don't have to wait any longer. Let's again see who the finalists are in that first subcategory, large household appliances. Thank you. We should have, otherwise we can say who they are, but I'm just going to give the technical team just a moment to play our animation. No, it's not coming. Okay, then the job goes over, but that's great. Michele, you need to do more work. There is no animation. Tell us about these 3 finalists in the large household appliances category.
Yes. For this new category about the sustainability in general is very, very important for our organization, because consumers consider more and more important this dimension in their choice when they buy products. And we are convinced that that is one of the right way to contribute to preserve the future. Okay. Because in our organization we are engaged on this topic of sustainability, not just with testing activity, but with a large information to the consumers, also related to how to behave in the right way to respect the environment. Okay. And that is becoming more and more important even in the DNA of our organization.
So can you reveal who are the 3 finalists in the large household appliance category before we jump to the winner?
So we have, maybe I don't remember by heart,
I'm putting you so much on the spot, aren't I?
I don't want to make mistakes, so that's...
I know, do you know, you have just proved that your head is so much in the statistics that to actually pluck out those 3 winners is very, very hard, because you did goodness knows how many tests. You did an innumerable amount of tests. And just to say, because the animation will come, because we quite like the professionalism of having that for our audience, just to clarify one thing, there it said home detergents, but we're looking at more than home detergents, aren't we?
Yes, true, because this is another category we test in the eco-friendly. We test also laundry and dishwasher detergent. So we have a larger approach. And that's the detergent is the first category, the first product category in which we introduced an eco score. Yeah. And for this specific category, we consider, as was mentioned also in the panel of clean, we consider ingredients and packaging in order to assess the quality. In order to assess the impact on environment. But for detergent in particular, okay, we, as consumer organization, we look at this dimension, but we look also the quality, the efficiency of the products. Because the products have any way to clean and to wash in the right way, respecting the environment. So our approach balances the 2 dimensions of the sustainability and performance.
And on this performance, absolutely. So I think, if I've got it correct, we can see now, we can reveal for our lovely audience, we can see who are the finalists in that first subcategory, which is, of course, large household appliances that falls under eco-friendly. So let's have a look. BEXT Award for Eco-Friendly Environmental Impact in Large Household Appliances, Samsung, Siemens, and Whirlpool. All those big names that you know and love. So I'm just going to see if, lovely Michele, was there anything in particular you wanted to add? You talked a lot about detergents, because I asked you to. Anything, little insight into this particular category, what you were looking for?
Yeah, I just to say that I was not able to remember because we have 27 finalists, so I was, it's difficult to...
You do not even have to
make
can I just say to you, you don't have to apologise. Just the fact that you're here is amazing, considering how much testing you've done.
Regarding the large household appliances, our focus in particular is to measure the capability of these appliances to save resources. I mean, water and electricity. Always ensuring a good level of performance. In that case, we are not talking just about washing machine, tumble dryer, and dishwasher, but also cold appliances. So in that case, we have a large set of products that are taken in consideration.
Okay, so there you said resource saving and performance is super, super important. So I think we're going to see now the winner. Let's see how well they've done in both of those. I'd like to call for the announcement. The winner, eco-friendly environmental impact in large household appliances. Drumroll, drumroll, drumroll. Samsung. Voila, huge congratulations to Samsung. And I do believe, I hope we've got the winner joining us. We should have. Let's just give a moment to bring, two lovely people to screen. I love that. We have a double act. I didn't know that. Over to you, gentlemen. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is José Cortoril. I'm a senior technical manager in European Quality Assurance Labs, and we are so delighted to receive this award. On behalf of our colleagues in HQ Korea, I would like to take this opportunity to thank Euroconsumers for recognizing manufacturers like Samsung for its longevity, reliability, quality, and value for money amongst household and personal products. We are so delighted that Euroconsumers distinguished the Samsung brand for its continuous and significant contributions to improving the global marketplace. Huge thanks also goes to our colleagues, R&D developers and researchers who work so hard to achieve this great achievement in HQ for their devoted time and efforts and contributions to develop quality, eco-friendly, greener products for all our consumers. And lastly, we will continue to focus and strive to develop innovative, sustainable technologies to meet our consumer needs. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. And hey, it's tough out there for brands. You were in very good company. So what a lovely, lovely win for Samsung there. And of course, but you know that, the trophy is on its way to you, so please do look out for it. We're going to move on to the second subcategory now, and I promise I'm not going to put my lovely gentleman beside me on the spot again, but not quite yet. We're going to see who the finalists are. Let's just have a reminder. The category is car tyres. And now let's see who our finalists are in this category. Thank you. BEXT Award for Eco-Friendly Environmental Impact in Automotive Tyres, Michelin, Dunlop, or Continental. So who is it going to be of those big three? Well, you know the drill, I think now. Ladies and gentlemen at home, I'm going to turn to Michele here and ask him for just a couple of insights in what were you looking for in that?
Yes, for car tires, we applied the same logic. And for the eco-score, we consider two important parameters, durability and fuel consumption.
Durability and fuel can absolutely.
Exactly. Yeah. And these two parameters are relevant for consumers for two reasons, for environmental impact, but also because are also related to the pocket of the consumer. Yeah. Because if you have tires that have a longer durability and lower fuel consumption, you also save money.
Absolutely. Thank you very, very much. So on that note, can we reveal the winner, please? The winner, eco-friendly environmental impact in automotive tyres. Who's it going to be? Michelin. Congratulations. Huge congratulations. Now, Michelin, I believe, cannot be with us today, but again, For those of you listening in from Michelin, of course, choose a great place to stick that trophy and make sure it's prominent because it's red. It's going to be. And as we heard just earlier from Michele, that X, that really reflects the expertise and the experience of Euroconsumers. So there's a point to that trophy. Our third subcategory now in this overall category that we have at the moment, eco-friendly, is home and more than home detergents. Who are our finalists? The BEXT Award for Eco-Friendly Environmental Impact, there we go, in detergents across the board. eCover, Unilever, or Lidl. Or Aldi. Did you hear me there? I stopped, but Aldi too. So eCover, Unilever, Lidl, and Aldi. Oh, wow. An awful lot of testing then. Tell me about this.
We already said something about this category. We said that we consider composition and packaging.
And performance and environmental.
What is interesting here is to see that we have as a finalist 3 types of competitors. A brand that have in its value proposition the environment, that is EcoVer. We have brand belonging to multinational and also brand belonging to retailer, discount retailer chain. So it's a really interesting race.
It is a really interesting race. It's a very interesting lineup. So, well, hey, you must be on the edge of your seats. And I'd like to ask for the winner to be announced, please. The winner, eco-friendly environmental impact in detergents, is eCover. Huge congratulations to eCover, and I do believe we have a winner. I'm always saying that in a little query in my voice. You never know in the remote world, you never know who can, but I do know that that trophy is on the way to eCover, and I'm absolutely delighted, and I don't know if I'm allowed to say this, of course, as a moderator, but I will, but that is a brand that I absolutely know and love. So big congratulations there. Where are we at now? We're going to move directly into the fourth of the 5 categories we have, and this fourth category is reliability. Now this one is quite short and sweet. We've got one subcategory, you see it there, large household appliances. So just the one. And in that case, I can ask very, very swiftly for our second animation because it would be good to find out who the finalists are. Let's have a look who the finalists are in the large household appliance category. For reliability in large household appliances, we have Miele, Zanussi, Bosch, and Siemens. Those 4 who are competing for the winning trophy. Tell me.
In this category, we focus on the assessment is made in the real life of the consumer, because we build this evaluation based on a survey that involved 88,000 of consumers across 5 countries. They was so they was available to share with us their experience, and we elaborated this big mass of data related to, in that case, 4 types of product: washing machine, dishwasher, cold appliances, and tumble dryers, to rank their reliability. Okay. So in that case, we can say that it's the consumer that will declare the winner. But you on their behalf.
Me on their behalf. I love that. Do you not love that word reliable? There is something very comforting when you're a consumer about the word reliable, is there not? That's what you want. You want everything and everyone in life to be reliable. It's so critical. So hey, the real life consumer. So thank you to those real life consumers. And I think I can now ask for the winner to be announced. Winner, reliability in large household appliances. Who will it be? 2 winners. Joint, Miele and Zanussi. Well, there's a thing, and absolutely delighted for both of them. So perhaps, yes, I do believe we have both of you there. So can I come to you as congratulations? Yet more wins. Miele, let's hear from you first, please.
Yes, we're super happy with this award. And I think the past year has been a tough one for everyone. However, we've seen consumers reaching out to us. So they are reaching out to brands they can rely on, like Miele. And our brand is really all about trust. And that's why our products are designed to last. Miele really prioritizes longevity as the ultimate form of sustainability. And when we make products that are designed for long-lasting performance. People have discovered over the last couple of months the importance of their homes, and they've made conscious buying decisions. And those are very close to the values of Miele. They buy less and they buy better, and that's also our motto. Thank you again, Euroconsumers, for this award. On behalf of the entire Miele team, it's really an honor to be receiving it today on their behalf. Thank you. And also congratulations, Manuela, for the award.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I love that. Yeah. Oh, I think, hang on. Yes, we will come to you. That we'll just switch you, Manuela, back in. There we go. So, yes, the floor is yours. Thank you.
So thank you again. I'm 2 times proud to receive this award. Firstly, because it's the second award from Euroconsumers, and second, because Zanussi is an Italian brand, very well known in the world. And what is important is that Zanussi is associated with appliances which are reliable, but also easy to use, very consumer friendly. And on top of that, our technology keeps driving this trust and assurance in the quality. So thank you again for this prize. That's it from my side. Thank you.
Congratulations, and thank you, because the words we heard there actually about long-lasting performance beautifully echo what we heard from Els Bruggeman right at the start on panel 1. Okay, repairability, we looked at that, at early obsolescence, but lifespan is so important. So I guess that echoes what I've just said as a person. Reliability for me, it's a big word, it's very important. And that takes us beautifully into the 5th and final category, and this category is quality over time. And we can see now how many subcategories we have. Well, just one, smartphones. But that's going to be an interesting one. Of course it is, for all of you. Now, this, as I understand it, just before we ask to see the finalists, this is the new category. That's correct. So that's a new one. Are you going to add a new one every year, do you think, until you've got...
We like to add or to change.
Or to change, yeah, to reflect what's going on. Yeah, absolutely. Exactly. So, quality over time. Let's have a look who our finalists are. BEXT Award for quality over time in smartphones. We've got Samsung there, we've got Apple, and we've got HTC. Who's it going to be? I'm going to ask Michele, of course, to just say a little bit about how you went about testing. What were you looking for?
Yeah, so I said that smartphone is a very big test because it involves a lot of company. But what is also important to know is that every month we publish new tests in our website or in our magazine. So every month we have new smartphones that are launched on the market, and we immediately test these new products. And analyzing our record of data over the time, we discovered that there was some products able to remain on the top of our quality ranking for several months. Wow. And you say, that is very good. That is very good both for consumer that have a products that remain valuable over the time, but it's also very good for the company that remain competitive on the market with their products. Mm-hmm. So we decided to introduce this new award just to recognize this element that is a win-win both for consumer and companies.
Yeah, very interesting, absolutely. And again, so important. It's all very well if you see something that has bells and whistles and great, and you know, we're in that buying mode, but hang on a second, maintaining that quality over time is absolutely, and I think that's what consumers should have a right to expect. So that's an interesting one. On that note, it just remains for me to ask for the winner to be revealed. The winner, quality over time in smartphones, drum roll, is Samsung.
Ooh, congratulations, huge congratulations to our winner. And of course, I can ask Samsung to join us. So let's just patch them in and have a few moments. Well done. Look, oh, look your smile. I love it. The smile is fabulous. Tell me, yes, over to you. Congratulations.
Thank you. You can tell by our smile that we're happy to win this award. It's great to be recognised by Euroconsumers for the work that's gone in over the years for smartphone. Again, we have to thank our R&D teams in HQ. It really is a collaborative effort of all the teams involved across the world. I'm sure we'll continue to focus on the quality and improve our devices for the consumers in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think all of you, you have such a big, there is a big responsibility for you indeed. And when you say improve devices and work with what the consumer needs and to really reflect the fast evolution of everything that is digital and more, you have your work cut out. So again, really amongst some brilliant players there. So well done for your win. And hey, you know what I'm going to say, another trophy coming your way. That's it. That's it. All the excitement. We've got just under 5 minutes left on the clock. So I can turn to Michele because, listen, this is very, very much your baby. You and your teams that you said, you've put in so much hard work. Of course, a few last words from you.
Yeah, thank you. Actually, in Euroconsumer, we are doing this job from a lot of time, but for us, it's still a beginning. We have always the enthusiasm of the beginning,
okay,
because we consider that it's very important to improve the quality of the product in the market. And we will find always innovative way to realize it. Okay. And we are also changing. The test in the past was performed in a certain way. We are evolving according to the evolution of the consumer, and we are being more and more, having more and more relationship with company. We build this award just to create a different relation with company. Every month we publish update of our test in our magazine. We have Altro Consumo and website, clearly. Altro Consumo in Italy, Testachat in Belgium, Compra Maestra in Spain, and Proteste in Portugal and in Brazil. Every month we publish new advice for the consumer, best of the test and best buy for each single product category, to help the consumer to make easier and more sustainable choice. And let me say that we are always and more open to collaborate with company, as I said, to improve their products and to recognize their progress and their success. And that is what we did today. And that is let me say, the idea of the BEXT is to recognize the commitment and the results of companies in building better products.
Okay, so if you had to say something, because I think you should be able to look into the camera. We've been chatting. If you had to say something to those brands, the finalists, the winners, and our audience at home, what would you say to them?
That's what they say to the companies, that the test we are performing is built for consumer, but is also built to support you in creating better products. So we are open to exchange, to, as Marco said before, to open a dialogue also with manufacturer on how we do the test, which is the logic we adopt, and we can together work together for having better products.
Thank you so very much. And here's my sneaky last question to you. So you're a statistician? Are you not? Or that's part of your profile?
I am. That is my, let me say, education background.
Okay, so here's my question. If you had to choose between a fantastic glass of Italian red wine and poring over a sheet with statistics, what would you choose?
That is a tricky question, because I don't drink wine.
Oh, okay.
But if we talk about food and spending a dinner with food or statistical figures, I say I will prefer to have a nice dinner with my friends and talk about how to what we can do to have a better world in the future.
Oh, I think that's fabulous. Do you know, and I thought, if being Italian, if you hadn't chosen food over statistics, I might have actually publicly wept on camera there. So I'm very glad to hear your answer there. And of course you don't drink. You'd said to me, but I wasn't sure if you were joking before. That's why I asked you. So thank you so much, of course, to Michele. Absolutely brilliant and such a pleasure, and made me feel much more secure having his brilliance and his expertise with me. May I just do the last thanks in the dying moments of our event. Big, big thanks to the 5 national consumer organisations that were just mentioned there by Michele. Can I please extend my warmest thanks to Euroconsumers? I think you can see they've done a hell of a job putting all of this together, and such commitment and warmth and expertise they all have. You can see that across the board. I've got my pointy finger there. Wonderful speakers in our panels and throughout. I also mentioned Else and Marco, Michele here, and fellow moderator Luisa. Thanks to the technical team who really did keep the lights on and everything running beautifully backstage. Quite frankly, there is no event, virtual hybrid event, without them. And of course, thanks to you, our audience, for turning up and tuning in. We kind of felt your energy, and I really, really hope that you felt ours. We did our very best to bring this right to you. Now, don't forget, if you enjoyed these panel debates and these awards, then save the date. 2nd of December, Euroconsumers International Forum. I mentioned it right at the start. You really, really can't afford to miss it. I think that's it. It just remains for me to say, Katrina Sickle, your moderator, it's been an absolute pleasure and a privilege. I learned so much, and I can bid you a lovely, lovely rest of the day here from Testaccia in Brussels, in Belgium. Take good care and buy well. Thank you.
As I want you to be, as a trend, as a friend, as an old memory, 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 memory. And I swear that I don't have a gun. No, I don't have a gun. No, I don't have a gun. And I swear that I don't have a gun. No, I don't have a gun. No, I don't have a gun. Thinking back, thinking of you. Summertime, think it was June. Yeah, think it was June. Laying back my head on the grass, chewing gum, having some laughs. Yeah, having some laughs. You made me feel like the one, make me feel like the one, the one. You made me
live for two, drinking with you when drinking was new. Sleeping in the back of my car, we never went far, didn't need to go far. You made me feel like the one, made me feel like the one, the one. You made me feel like the one, made me feel like the one, the one. I don't know where we are going now. I don't know where we are going now. Wake up, cold coffee and juice, remembering you. What happened to you? I wonder if we'll meet again. Talk about life since then. Talk about how did it end.